At Lenovo, we believe AI should live where you do. On your shop floor, sales floor, front desk, teacher's desk, home office, corner office, oh, and on your commute. Beep, beep. AI should be personalized to you, always responsive and always protected. So we all can be safer, smarter, healthier, happier, more productive, less stressed. AI should be at your fingertips. We build and deploy AI solutions at the edge of the network and on-premise, so they're immediate, private, and tailored to your business. And with the widest range of products and partners, we deliver the computing power to take on even the heaviest AI workloads. Because we believe AI should come to you and be built for what you need. Available to everyone, everywhere. We're making AI for firstborns, first loves, for I cans, for I got this, for cancer fighters, food providers, for dreamers, storytellers, for game changers. We're making AI for all.
Great IT leaders anticipate change. They see around corners, actively shaping their company's future, not just reacting to it. They dare to see it differently. Not just take a step, but a leap toward a new way of thinking about technology. Technology as a service. Lenovo TruScale gives you access to the industry's broadest portfolio, from the pocket to the cloud, delivered to you as a service anywhere in the world. All with the simplicity of a scalable pay-as-you-go model. That's how we partner with you to deliver practical innovations that strengthen your competitive advantage. Access future-ready and sustainable solutions that empower your teams to transform your organization's vision into value. The vision is yours. Get there with Lenovo TruScale.
In the far southern corner of India, in the monsoon-nourished forests of the Western Ghat Plateau, lives the farmer Kannamma, who was named after a goddess who protects her people like a mother. In these fertile lands of Kanthalur in Kerala state, ancient agricultural knowledge has passed down generations. But one crucial and nutritious superfood was vanishing from Kannamma's plate: millets. The land that once grew 18 indigenous millet varieties was now growing only 2.
The major challenge the farmers were facing here was the market for their products. So that's a reason they have moved out of the millet growing to the other options which they found it is much easier.
They are not interested in millet. But in outside, it has a huge market opened, but they don't know.
The year 2023 was declared as the International Year of Millets by the United Nations. But in the heart of the forest, Kannamma and the farmers of her village had no idea that the world had started loving the cereal they had stopped growing. This land was unaware of the technology and its potential to reform. One day, all that began to change. The last people Kannamma would have expected, representatives of a technology company, walked into Kanthalur. Lenovo had started a story of transformation. Lenovo, for its Work for Humankind initiative, started to team up with Dream India Network along with support from various local bodies to revive these superfoods in Kanthalur.
I grown up in a agriculture environment. I know the ups and downs in the farmer's life, and they are not expecting much from the society. They can only accept the consistent value for their products.
I'm happy to announce that I have 25 early adopter farmers who are coming forward and wanting to do millet farming.
We talked with the different stakeholders like the president or the Grama Panchayat president, the Kudumbasri members who are into the farming section, to the Anganwadi teachers, the agriculture department. They said they will collaborate with us and help us to facilitate the program, entire program in the community.
The Lenovo Digital Center for Kanthalur Millets was set up, where Lenovo volunteers and students worked together to harness the smarter technology for the revival of the millets. But Kannamma and her fellow 25 farmers had their own doubts. How does technology help them grow and sell millets?
അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി അവരെ ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയാണ് അവരെ ടെക്നോളജി പരമായിട്ട് അവർക്ക് റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ ടെക്നോളജി റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ട് globally അവരെ എത്തിക്കാനായിട്ട് ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക.
So this tech center with the students, these farmers can go there and actually get all that information for whatever requirement that they need.
The local community and Lenovo volunteers came together and joined hands in each stage of production, marketing and value addition to the millets. Eventually, Kannamma and other farmers began to believe that what was lost was about to be revived with technology. The millet varieties that were reduced to 2 were now revived to 6.
ടെക്നിക്കൽ ആധുനിക സൗകര്യത്തോടു കൂടി മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ് കൂടി ഉണ്ടാക്കി കൊടുത്താൽ കാന്തളൂർ മില്ലറ്റ് ലോകം അറിയപ്പെടുന്നുള്ളത് വാക്കാൽ മാത്രമല്ല.
And then the village took a step it could never have imagined. It created its own brand. The indigenous millets that were once lost were now brought back to life, processed and packed as the Kanthalur millets. Millets are now being sold at homestays in the region. An app is being developed at the digital center to guide farmers in the cultivation of millets.
இந்த Lenovo கம்பெனிக்கார் வந்து நல்ல ஒரு கிருஷி உண்டாக்கி கொடுத்திருக்காங்க.
கம்ப்யூட்டர்ல நாங்க பார்த்தோம், நல்ல சந்தோஷம்.
At the intersection of tradition and technology, Kanthalur is flourishing with its superfood crops. And Kannamma is proud and content to have her favorite millets back on her plate. Lenovo.
Hello, Moto.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah! Oh! Ah. Ah.
Ah.
Tech so good, you'll wish everything was a Lenovo.
At Lenovo, we believe AI should live where you do. On your shop floor, sales floor, front desk, teacher's desk, home office, corner office, oh, and on your commute. Beep, beep. AI should be personalized to you, always responsive and always protected. So we all can be safer, smarter, healthier, happier, more productive, less stressed. AI should be at your fingertips. We build and deploy AI solutions at the edge of the network and on-premise, so they're immediate, private, and tailored to your business. And with the widest range of products and partners, we deliver the computing power to take on even the heaviest AI workloads. Because we believe AI should come to you and be built for what you need. Available to everyone, everywhere. We're making AI for firstborns, first loves, for I cans, for I got this, for cancer fighters, food providers, for dreamers, storytellers, for game changers. We're making AI for all.
Great IT leaders anticipate change. They see around corners, actively shaping their company's future, not just reacting to it. They dare to see it differently. Not just take a step, but a leap toward a new way of thinking about technology. Technology as a service. Lenovo TruScale gives you access to the industry's broadest portfolio, from the pocket to the cloud, delivered to you as a service anywhere in the world. All with the simplicity of a scalable pay-as-you-go model. That's how we partner with you to deliver practical innovations that strengthen your competitive advantage. Access future-ready and sustainable solutions that empower your teams to transform your organization's vision into value. The vision is yours. Get there with Lenovo TruScale.
In the far southern corner of India, in the monsoon-nourished forests of the Western Ghat Plateau, lives the farmer Kannamma, who was named after a goddess who protects her people like a mother.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still outside the hall, may I request you to come into the main hall. The session is about to start. For those of you in the hall, please do find a comfortable seat and take your seat.
It's always an effort. It's always an effort to bring people in, right? Thank you. We'll give it.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to Lenovo's Techworld 2024. For those of you still standing, may I request you to take a seat. The speaker session is about to start. For those of you outside the hall, may I request your presence inside the hall. There's an exciting lineup of speakers, discussions, product unveils, and a whole lot more. So please do come into the main hall, take your seats.
Can you call back? Yeah.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, namaskar. On behalf of Shailendra Katyal, MD Lenovo India, and the extended Lenovo family in the room with us here today, we extend a very, very warm welcome to Lenovo Techworld 2024. I am Chandrika Jain, also part of the Lenovo team, and my co-host Suresh Venkat, and you will host this afternoon for you. Before we begin, I would like to both welcome and thank our co-sponsors, Intel and Microsoft, and Economic Times, without whom this event would not have happened.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you, CJ, for that introduction. A big welcome also to our online viewers. They're joining us through various social platforms, as well as the Lenovo live stream. Now, TechWorld 2024 is more than just an event. It's a dynamic platform featuring thought leaders that will hope to unravel the potential of India's tech and AI ecosystem. We have a power-packed lineup of speakers, discussions, demos, and product unveils. Chandrika?
Well, that's exactly right. But apart from the fabulous demos that you're going to see in our experience zone and distinguished speakers from the industry, we also have a diverse set of speakers from Lenovo here today. But this time is special because this diverse set of speakers are also coming from across the globe. So in the house with us, we have Luca Rossi, President, Intelligent Device Group and Executive President, Lenovo Group. Matt Zielinski, Executive Vice President and President, oh my God, these designations are really, really long. But Matt Zielinski, Executive Vice President and President of International Markets. Vladimir Roznovic, which is Senior Vice President, Infrastructure Solutions Group. Amar Babu, President of Lenovo Asia Pacific. Sumir Bhatia, AP President of Lenovo Infrastructure Solutions Group. Welcome, and we thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you, members of the audience, for being here. First question, Chandrika. I'm curious. AI has been around in some form or the other since 1980s when I was in school. Then why then choose 2024 to make the theme AI for all?
You know, I would argue, Suresh, and I like to, AI has been around since 1950, technically. But the point is, in the last couple of months, if you were to look at it, you could not have missed the topic of AI even if you were living under a rock. But the bigger point is it's transforming everything from education to healthcare. In a recent study that we did with the CIOs, we were told that more than 50% of the CIOs, and I'm sure some of you are here in the room with us, want to invest in AI as a technology. And for Lenovo, we want you to participate in that journey. It is our vision to ensure that we drive that transformation. We want to unleash AI and ensure that we change everything within the industry and our lives.
All right, that's a compelling argument. At TechWorld 2024, we're democratizing AI, bringing its power from the pocket to the cloud, unlocking possibilities and redefining the meaning of the word smarter for all. With cutting-edge computing and a comprehensive AI approach, Lenovo is not just adopting, they're driving AI forward. In short, we're at the forefront of a new era in technological innovation, and we invite all of you to be a part of it. For starters, though, may we request you to keep your phones on silent during the sessions, and if you're going social, may we request you to use the hashtag Lenovo TechWorld India. That brings us to our first keynote from Amar Babu, President, Lenovo Asia Pacific. Amar will be talking about India's unifying vision of AI for all. Amar, can we have you on stage?
Ladies and gentlemen, a quick hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I know it's the first session after lunch. A very exciting time to be talking on stage, especially with the lights dim. But as we start with AI for all, I want to warn all of you that we have artificial intelligence in the room to detect who is going to sleep. And the chairs are all wired to give you a slight wake-up nudge if you do that. On a serious note, I think this is really about how do we bring AI. And when Yang-Ching Yang, our CEO, talked about AI in the tech world in Austin recently, he actually coined the word AI for all. And we were actually at Lenovo very humbled and very proud when our Prime Minister also used the same words when he talked about artificial intelligence. Obviously, it's an amazing technology, artificial intelligence in some form, as you heard Suresh and Chandrika talk about, has been there for a long time. But I think at the moment it is now coming to prime time. And in our mind at Lenovo, we believe that AI has a huge potential both for driving solutions for India and also has huge potential where India can help drive solutions for the world. So for us, as we look at AI, and as we've heard from all our leaders in the political world, in our Minister of IT, our Prime Minister, industry leaders, all talk about how can we bring in inclusive growth with artificial intelligence. So clearly there are two aspects to this. Artificial intelligence, everybody believes, will give a fillip to growth. I'm sure as you go through the day, you will hear some of our speakers talk about how AI can bring in huge improvements in productivity. And when you improve productivity, when you look at better expense control, expense management, or spend it in the right areas, you can drive growth. But look at it at a country level. When we talk about inclusive growth with AI, it is really about how can we make sure that the power of AI is reaching every part of the country, every part of the population. And I think this is where the kind of infrastructure or foundation that has been built is actually very, very immense. The India digital stack, I think many of you here know about that. The whole digital public infrastructure, DPI as it started being called today, there is a huge amount of foundation that has been laid with UPI, with our DigiLocker, digitization of all documents, with Aadhaar, and with, of course, with all the other stacks that surround these basic infrastructure. Now, there's a lot of data also that's available with these digital platforms. And if we are able to innovate and drive solutions using this, I think there is a huge potential to use AI to solve real problems that are there for our population, for our people. If you've noticed, there is a public portal that the government has actually put up on this. I think it's called India AI. I mean, I encourage you to go have a look at it. It's actually a very visionary set of objectives that I've laid out there. They are focusing on 4 areas: healthcare, fintech, agri-tech, and cybersecurity. And just in the last budget, you heard our finance minister put a huge outlay of almost 1 lakh crore. That's a large sum of money, specifically focused on scaling research and innovation in sunrise domains, as she said, and she actually called out quantum computing, artificial intelligence as those areas. So I think this whole movement, the foundation of the India stack or the digital stack, coupled with the investments and the focus, can help us drive innovation. Because AI is all about bringing the power of technology. Of course, we will have the devices. Of course, we'll have the infrastructure. But it's about putting use cases built on these and innovating not just for India, but actually innovating for the rest of the world. And as you're aware, some of these digital stacks or India-specific platforms are actually now being rolled out to many countries, not from using India's solution as a prime example of what you can achieve with it. So when you put all of this together and be able to deliver these solutions is what we believe we will bring in this whole aspect of inclusive growth. We used to talk about a digital divide a few years ago, about how the access to digital technology is not uniform in the country, and that there are, especially when you start looking at Tier 1, Tier 2, urban, rural, that there is a digital divide. I think with the kind of ubiquitous spread of cell phones, internet, I think we can say that the digital divide is not as large as it used to be. However, there is still a social divide that we all are alive to. For example, healthcare. The quality of healthcare that we get in the main cities compared to quality of healthcare that you would get in our villages, there is still a gap. The quality of education, for example, the reach to financial instruments, the reach to financial support, it's not easily available as you go down. And we believe at Lenovo that as we bring in the power of artificial intelligence, we will be able to bridge this digital divide. So it's no longer, this social divide. So it's no longer about plugging the digital divide, but using digital technology and AI solutions to actually bridge the social divide. And that's what, in our mind, this vision of AI-led inclusive growth or an AI-led future for India, making this whole notion of AI for all a reality. Now, to do this, we need the right enablers. And that's where we, as one of the world's leading technology companies, are playing our role. And you will hear a lot more about it. Of course, we need the devices, we need the infrastructure, we need the solutions built on a foundation of innovation. And not just innovation that's available across the world. Of course, we need to do that. How do we build all of that, bring all of that, and localize to specific solutions that are needed for our Indian context? And that's what at Lenovo we are aspiring to do. And today, as you go through the session, I'm very privileged and happy to see our leaders here who would talk you through what are we doing in each of these areas, what are we doing on devices, what are we doing on infrastructure and solutions, and how Lenovo's innovation and R&D is bringing all of this and enabling the reality, the translation of a vision into a reality as we talk about AI for all. Now, one of the key things that drives this, and I'm very proud, is our Made in India efforts. So in India, we've been present as Lenovo for over 20 years, and all through it, we've been manufacturing in India. So manufacturing in India, we've been doing this much before the Make in India program, etc. But it's not just about manufacturing. Today, of course, we manufacture all our products, PCs, phones, tablets in India. We're actually evaluating servers as well. Vlad is here, and we talked about it. So we are very committed to localizing and producing in India. We are actually exporting phones from India to other markets, including the US. But beyond manufacturing, we also do core R&D. So today we have core R&D in all across our devices, PCs, phones, servers, happening out of India. We also have our delivering. As you would have heard me talk about it last year, we talked about services-led transformation, where we are bringing in our capabilities to driving solutions, comprehensive solutions and services for our customers. And that's becoming a bigger and bigger part of us as a company. And today, over 10% of our business actually comes from that. So a lot of the delivery of those services is actually driven out of centers and excellence and talent in India. And we have built a SOC, Security Operations Center, and a NOC, Network Operations Center in India that supports our global customers. And of course, we have a lot of back office functions, as many other companies do. So India, for us, is not just a market. India, for us, is actually a microcosm of the whole of Lenovo, and we are leveraging the talent and skill set, not just for India, but for the world. So, and we believe that as we move into this AI era, we're going to be able to adopt and bring those solutions similarly and bring in solutions for India and for the world. So before I go into the next level of details, can we roll the video, please? actually very proud that we've been one of the first recipients of the PLI 1.0, and we worked with the government's policy. We've actually manufactured phones, and we are a very strong participant of PLI 1.0. We've also made our commitment, our intent to participate in PLI 2.0 as we start bringing in more PC manufacturing into the country. And recently, actually, we unveiled PMA, or a preferential market access compliant product in India, desktop in India, which has 50% localization, including for the first time ever in the industry, localization of the motherboard. It is truly a proud moment for us, and the products that are displayed here actually are all made in India. Our ThinkPad, our consumer products, and of course, as I talked about, our phones and our PMA compliant motherboard that is now becoming a product. So to commemorate this occasion with our global leaders, can I invite Matt, Luca, Vlad, and Sumir on stage, please? Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And we are very proud to have shared this moment with you. It's a small matter of pride for us, and we thought it's a great occasion to share this with all of you. So with that, thank you very much for listening in, and enjoy the rest of the show. And I look forward to engaging with you through the course of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amar. So, Chandrika, you heard from Amar, you saw the video. What did you take away from this keynote?
You know, to me, Suresh, I feel like we are on the verge of groundbreaking technology, and I think AI is going to propel us forward. But more than all of that, right, as Amar was speaking, it struck me saying our investment in technology, our manufacturing, our investment in R&D, it's truly, as our foreign Prime Minister says, India for India.
Okay. On that note, may I now invite Matthew Zielinski, Executive Vice President and President, International Markets, to speak about our AI-driven futures. As Matt comes on stage, I should let you know that Matt is a classically trained pianist as well. So by the end of his talk, you might be dancing to his tunes. Matt?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Matt Zielinski.
Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone, to Techworld India. As you heard, I'm Matt Zielinski, President of International Markets here at Lenovo, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here in Delhi. It's been a great start to the year. Look, I was actually recently at the World Economic Forum just about 2 weeks ago, and all along the promenade was signage and displays promoting India's growth story, digital transformation, and desire to make India a global hub for manufacturing and startups. And in fact, in a lot of media interviews, the question of Lenovo's position on India as a key market came up quite a bit. And I shared that Lenovo plans to place as many bets as we can on India, and it's true. Look, we do business in about 180 markets around the world, and India is one of, in fact, it is the most strategic market in our global footprint. And not only for the wealth of opportunity in delivering smarter technology for all, but building it right here. From our investment in the Shared Support Center to create more than 1,000 new jobs to our commitment to Make it India and PLI initiatives, the future for the partnership between Lenovo and India is bright, that I can assure you. The arrival of 5G has opened so many doors for India. With greater connectivity comes the adoption of more advanced technologies, economic growth and investment, better public services, smart cities development, and overall enhanced global competitiveness through digital transformation. And not a moment too soon as we welcome the AI era. Next slide. It's only February 24, but 2024 has already been off to such an eventful year. I've been constantly on the road these past few weeks, from the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas to the World Economic Forum in Davos, and now here with you for Techworld. And AI has been the one central theme across all of it. And that's a really good reason. You know, AI has never been more real or relevant than it is today. The explosion of generative AI capabilities and large language models has made AI a real and tangible thing to the average individual for the first time. And AI is a dynamic force that resonates within every core of human potential, reshaping the contours of business strategy, enabling data-driven insights, and building intelligent ecosystems that evolve, learn, and adapt in real time with our ever-changing society. AI is here, but there's still much to be done to fully bring it to life. AI in its full picture needs pocket-to-cloud computing, diverse applications, and solutions across industries. And following ChatGPT's debut on the world stage a little more than about a year ago now, the AI functionality that we largely enjoy today is one of a public model based in the cloud. And it's been a lot of fun to test and employ, and it's quick and it's effective, but there are limits to how it scales. And as workloads and applications increasingly shift to AI, exclusively cloud-based AI platforms pose an issue in the long run in terms of cost, privacy, and security. And furthermore, it lacks personalization. And anyone who's explored ChatGPT's capabilities, can see that the responses are super general. If everyone in this room right now prompted it with the same question, we would all get the exact same answer. And you won't find a response that utilizes insights specifically from you or your enterprise. And for right now, that's good. You don't want a public cloud model to take in your personal data. You want to keep your data secure and private. And that's precisely what is unlocked this year with the arrival of the AI-enabled PC. And the AI PC is the next step to the AI experience, bringing AI to you, putting a more personalized and privatized AI in the hands of the user. As my colleague Luca will expand here in a moment, with AI technology embedded in the device, users can keep their information secure while also accessing the vast amount of publicly available information in the cloud and at the user's discretion. And as AI applications evolve for specific users, industries, and verticals, everyone will need AI PC to tackle these workloads. In fact, if you roll a video, please. Gotta get out of the way. So Lenovo's vision for AI sees both the public and private elements working in perfect harmony. And the vast wealth of knowledge on the public model with the personalized experience from a private, personal, or enterprise foundation model represents a disruptive, truly hybrid approach to this blend of client, edge, and cloud technologies. And it offers the best of both worlds to suit the needs of individuals and enterprises of any size. And Lenovo is the right vendor to bring hybrid AI to life. And we've been on this AI journey now for the better part of 2 or 3 years to grow from our position as the #1 global PC manufacturer in the world to a world-class tech solutions powerhouse. And we've invested heavily in building our infrastructure and services and solutions businesses to deliver one of the broadest portfolios in the industry, and paired that with a standing commitment to AI as a core pillar of our digital intelligent transformation strategy is a big thing. We've long been investing in AI capabilities across our entire portfolio of smart devices, infrastructure, and solutions, and forging smarter partnerships with industry titans like Intel, Microsoft, and others. And with others, we really bring this AI-enabled devices to life, envisioning a digital twin embedded in your PC or your mobile device with a fully automated and personalized tasks and responses to those. And a local knowledge base built on your device that knows you, inferencing with your personal data stored in a private model. A digital ally that enhances and complements our decision-making prowess and adapts to our slides, to our needs and expiration. You can see there's a word that says next slide there. That got me a little tangled up. AI-ready infrastructure like our new ThinkEdge product line, broad enough to support the massive flow of data generated from AI and powerful enough to perform the most demanding computing task, and fast enough to process data closer to where it's generated. And most importantly, it's flexible enough for customers to scale up and out while saving cost and energy consumption. And AI-optimized solutions, collections of AI applications that have an in-depth knowledge about an enterprise and keep that knowledge private and secure. AI is the architect of a new revolution, an indispensable tool that propels organizations towards unprecedented heights of efficiency and competitiveness. And to reinforce our commitment, this year Lenovo has announced another investment of $1 billion over the next 3 years to accelerate AI deployment and lead this transformative shift for users and businesses. And Lenovo's vision of bringing smarter technology for all is one that extends itself to AI to ensure that we're building AI for all, from individuals to enterprises across all industries and communities. And the emphasis here is for all. You know, our leadership in the AI space doesn't work if it comes at the expense of environmental impact and deepening the digital divide. And to be a world-class organization means that when you put your trust in us as a vendor, you can do so knowing that sustainability and inclusivity are at the heart of everything that we do. You know, so much of the buzz around AI capabilities for the user are focused on customer experience enhancements through chatbots and productivity prompts across email and spreadsheets, but AI that's designed for all dreams much bigger than that. AI has the potential to unlock completely new capabilities for humankind like we've never dared to imagine possible. This is Aaron Taylor, and at just 24 years of age, Aaron was recently diagnosed with ALS. And for those of you who aren't familiar, ALS is a neurodegenerative disorder that inevitably leads to full body paralysis in its victims. And Lenovo's Product Diversity Office regularly works with community partners to assess and consider new ways that tech can help improve the lives of people around the world like Aaron. And in one such workstream, Lenovo explored the idea of an AI-powered avatar that could transform communication and connection for people with severe disabilities. And our community partner connected us with Aaron, and we teamed up with Deep Brain AI, a Lenovo AI innovator partner, to use its generative AI technology to pilot a proof of concept for assistive communication. And together we were able to work with Aaron to develop an AI avatar that preserves her unique voice and physical mannerisms that ALS will inevitably take from her. I could tell you what this kind of creative innovation with AI could mean for millions of people, but why don't I let Aaron tell you in her own words instead?
Thanks, Matt. This avatar is proof that there is still so much untapped potential for technology to be a force for good. True empowerment and freedom lies in enabling everyone to live beyond their physical limits. For me, AI is a bridge to boundless possibilities. But I have to be honest, the real Erin smiles much more than I do. And she already has a few new tattoos. Responsible and inclusive innovation, true AI for all, engages technology to liberate and allow us to connect and create in one hopeful and defiant voice.
By saying, I don't know if it's AI for all or AI for good. In this particular case, I think AI for good. But thank you, Erin, and thank you, Matt. I think that was a fantastic example of generative AI doing what it can do to individuals and to innovation. But on the thought of innovation and innovators, we have one in the room with us, and therefore it's time for our next speaker, who has started his own company at 19, has assembled and sold PCs since, and in some way or the other, he continues to do that. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Luca Rossi, President, Intelligent Device Group, and President, Lenovo Group. Luca, may we have you on stage.
Welcome, Luca.
Thank you.
It is all yours.
So, my AI agent told me that some of you were sleeping. So now it's time to wake up. Okay, jokes aside. So good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to be here and as part of this India Tech World in Delhi. And today, you have already heard a lot about Lenovo focus on AI and what are our unique strengths to lead in this new era of artificial intelligence. And next, I would like to spotlight what that means for our devices specifically, and how our integrated approach across the broadest portfolio in the industry will support every facet of your digital transformation journey. But first, let's have a look at our fiscal year performance to date. And despite an ongoing tough market, Lenovo maintained our global PC leadership. We are number one, thank you. We are number one in commercial, we are number one in consumer, and we are the number one PC vendor in 4 out of the 5 geographies which we operate. And of course, Asia Pacific is one of them. So I also want to thank you for your trust. Thank you. Lastly, Windows device activation data shows a sustained share gain for Lenovo over the past 2, or I should say 3 years, and a record high 30% plus share of the global activation market in 2023 and so far in 2024. And that means 1 Windows PC out of 3 globally today is Lenovo. I think that's a wonderful result. Thank you. Our mobile business continued to accelerate globally with double-digit growth year over year, year to date, including record high gross shipments, in Q2, in Q3, and in Q4. And now I'm going off script, also a phenomenal performance in Asia Pacific with 300% premium to the market. So wonderful also for the mobile devices. So now, as we look ahead, the speed of innovation and the speed of adoption will be faster than ever. And our Pocket to the Cloud offering will enable us to better serve you and take advantage of the trends that are driving this digital transformation. And some of these trends include multi-device collaboration, include innovative form factor, security and privacy, services. And then there are more 2 trends that I will go a little bit more on the detail: environmental and sustainability initiatives, and of course, AI-driven experiences. So let me start with the sustainability initiative, which are top priorities for Lenovo, but we know they are also top priorities for you and for your customers. On this front, we are investing in energy-efficient technologies and sustainable materials in our products and in our packaging to support the climate change mitigation and to make advancements together toward a circular economy. And for example, a local example, all ThinkPad and ThinkBook sold in small and medium businesses here in India come with the CO2 offset services as a default. Before I move to talk about AI PC, allow me to reaffirm maybe a bold statement. We have the widest portfolio in the industry, aligned with all the major trends that I just mentioned and even more. A great example of the first one, multi-device collaboration, is how our first enterprise-grade smartphone, ThinkPhone by Motorola, is the perfect seamless companion to your ThinkPad. And if you do not have one ThinkPhone, you should get one. And you will see more exciting announcements on multi-device collaboration in the coming quarters. I'm very excited on this topic. There is also our ThinkVision 27 3D monitor, one of the first 3D monitor that is glasses-free and also 2D compatible. And when it comes to gaming, Legion 9i is a true flagship, delivering AI capabilities for personalized and enhanced performance. While Legion Go bring gamers top-tier spec in a window handheld device. If you don't have one, you should get one. And now, let me focus on the hot topic probably of the day, AI. So, generative AI will drive major innovations in our PCs, in our smartphones, and in our tablets, now and far into the future. It's an exciting time, which I believe, or we believe, will forever change the device market and the entire digital experience. AI will impact just about every sector, creating heightened demand for AI-powered devices that gives enterprises and users the ability to collect, to manage, and to train massive amounts of data. And these AI devices will have new silicon architectures called neural processing units, NPUs, capable of trillions of operations per second, allowing them to perform tasks that were just unimaginable today. And what else you can expect from an AI device as an end user? You will see tremendous benefits. With a so-called personal foundation model, you will experience personalized computing that can understand you, possibly better than you understand yourself. I know I'm making a provocative statement. And you can use specific large language models even when you will be disconnected and in airplane mode. And all these models will bring the next level of performance with reduced latency, a faster responsiveness, and a huge productivity boost. As well, the PC will become more secure, more private. Your data will be more private, and the system will be more resilient, even if with a greater mobility. So we are confident that we are at an inflection point for our industry. AI, or AI PC, will trigger a meaningful PC replacement in the coming quarters and in the coming years to deliver personalized AI devices and AI services and solutions for the future. So, working closely with our partners and our industry partners, our ambitions is to lead in the global market into this AI era and bring the best innovation as a trusted partner for all. We are excited, to say the least, to accelerate digital transformation and power this new era of technology. And we have already made significant strides in this. Just last month at CES 2024, we have announced several next-generation AI devices, including our newest ThinkPad, Yoga, IdeaPad, and Legion franchises. And that's just the beginning. So for more on that, let me welcome on stage my colleague, Shailendra. I don't know where is Shailendra. Shailendra, come on stage with me. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and thank you everyone for joining in for this year's edition of Techworld. I know a lot of people have also joined the live stream, so thank you for your patience listening in. Thankfully, I don't have slides today, and it feels very good to upward delegate and get my bosses to do all the presentations. So obviously, there's been a lot of buzz around the topic that we are discussing today, right? And we've been meeting partners. We had a good discussion with some of our customers who are also in the room. And finally, it seems like the rubber is hitting the road. It's not just a buzzword, but we do see genuine excitement and real use cases coming into practical applications of AI. And personally, I'm very inspired with what the vision for the country is, and also what Matt articulated as AI for all. because it's going beyond a CTO, CIO conversation, it's going beyond a boardroom conversation. But the real magic happens when you put all that compute power, the generative AI capability, into the hands of the masses and make them more productive and more creative and genuinely improve their lives. And being in the country, Amar spoke about it, we've seen the impact of digitization, how it's genuinely made a difference when we've done technology in a very democratic and inclusive way. So the whatever billions of transactions which are happening on UPI, it largely has served the underbanked sector of India, and we've seen lives genuinely get transformed because of good application of technology. And we do feel that as AI develops and it's growing at a very breakneck pace, that India will play a very critical part in creating models which can then serve as models for the rest of the world as well, much like we have proven with the India stack. In fact, in the room, I don't see Ravi on the front row. We have the first unicorn, AI first unicorn, coming out of the country, right? And it's happened very, very quickly, and I'm sure with all the interest and this thing about 1.4 billion will many different vernacular languages. There'll be a lot of local LLMs which will come to life, and we'll see a lot many more unicorns come alive in the coming years. So when we see the disruptive power and the true transformation, in fact, we were discussing that this is a very seminal, a very pivotal moment that the tech industry is going through. And some of us were discussing whether it's almost like the birth of internet. Right? And when internet first came in, all of us got connected, the first Hotmail ID that some of us got. We didn't know the true power of connectivity. But the way the net changed all of our lives, this seems to be one of those moments. Yes, it will evolve. It does look a little bit complex right now. But at the pace at which it's growing, it truly is one of the, I would say, pivotal moments, not just for technology, but the way our lives will be run in the future. And with this kind of transformation, obviously, we are doing a lot, but we surely can't do it alone. The entire ecosystem is coming together, and everything is moving at, like I said, a breakneck pace. There's a lot of innovation happening as we speak. And we do collaborate with a lot of platforms and also with the key ecosystem partners. And with that, let me invite one of the thought leaders in this space, which is our core innovation partner, Intel, my good friend Santosh, who's the Vice President and the Managing Director for the Intel business, to talk about Intel's vision for AI for the future.
It's hard to talk without the mic, so thank you. First of all, pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the Lenovo team for having us on board. I know the buzzword of AI is all around, but one of the things that I'm most excited about in other AI, which is really amazing India, right? So it's been almost 15 months that I've been back in India, and it's never been more exciting in the time that we're living in, right? And I know every conference you go to, you would see a lot of data, a lot of stats on how amazing the opportunity in India is. But I thought I'll start by really summarizing why is it that I am so bullish about the opportunities that our country offers. And there are three key images that you see on this slide. The first one basically shows you this big mountain of plastic. And the reason I put that image is that one of the innate abilities that we have is to take big problems and solve them, right? Now, I've lived in so many different countries before this, and I've gone into many supermarkets in many different countries. Everywhere, there is still plastic bags that are being served. India was one of the places that almost 22 out of the 28 states banned single-use plastics. Huge challenge, one of the most difficult challenges for us to go address head-on, but we as a nation jumped in and addressed it. So we have this big ability to go stare at huge problems and then find a way to solve it. The second one, I think Amar spoke about it, which is the whole India stack and digitization. The beauty of that is just the scale at which we can go digitize, right? And the key factor why AI will be so critical is that one of the things that we have as an advantage is Aadhaar. The fact that we can go back and know identity in biometrics gives us a compelling advantage over many countries that don't have identity established. And we have identity at 1.4 billion people that enables AI to scale much more rapidly than anywhere else. The last one, which is exciting, is with all this digitization, and I think Shailendra spoke about startups, entrepreneurship and women participation in the economy is increasing, and I can see a lot a lot more women in this audience, which is even more exciting. The key to that is that women coming into the workforce, the active workforce, and also more men helping at home, will really help us unlock the economy at an even more faster rate, right? So that really sets the tone for growth that's there forward for us. Now, why is all of this important? Because for Intel, the whole key message is how do we bring AI everywhere? So to make AI for all a reality, AI is not restricted to just a key big large data centers or key big large players of the market. We have to ensure that AI is really pervasive and it's there for all. And that's the whole dream that we are after. And India is so ready for AI because think about it, 20% of the world's data comes out of India, right? That's massive amount of data. And for us to train any model, data sets are easily available for us. It says it's the third biggest market, but I think we'll be the most fastest type of market that we will be there because we would apply using that frugality into areas that the world didn't think of. And skills penetration, 16% of the world's AI talent is based out of India. So all of that puts us in a very, very incredible position. And then we as a company are trying to bring in products that can really unlock this potential. And that's where the Core Ultra, and Lucas spoke about that, is just a tipping point product that has just been introduced that powers these AI PCs. It's got 3 key engines inside it. It's got a CPU, it's got a GPU, it's got an NPU. And all 3 have different areas in which it can be applied. To give you an example, if you need low latency, CPU works really best. Where do you use low latency? When you have a call and you want to reduce the noise around you, CPU works best, right? If you need some sort of image parallel processing, like you want to convert from a text to an image, GPU works really good. So you have a GPU in the same system. If you need continuous processing of AI workloads, like for example, if you want to summarize your meeting and you want to summarize by getting a summary as you're speaking, then an NPU works really well because it does any form of speech or summarizing capabilities, and NPU can handle much more transactions. So it's an amazing product, a singular product at the edge, uses all your data locally, you don't need to send it anywhere else, and gives you intelligence that you need. So it's a start of a journey, and we're very, very excited. We're also very excited because we're not doing this alone. We're doing this with partners like Lenovo, 3 decades of excellence working with them, 2 decades in India, and we are very, very excited to bring in products like these and more as we go forward. So I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I'm very, very excited to bring in the AI PC to India, to not just go and make AI everywhere, to also to realize that AI is for amazing India. Thank you.
Thanks, Santosh, for the partnership, and I would request you to stay back on stage as I invite our next speaker. Again, Microsoft has been one of the key leaders in the Gen AI revolution. Bhaskar, Country Director for the Digital Workplace Solutions from Microsoft. Welcome.
SK. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for referring to the hot meal moment. It was not sponsored. But really, I think many of us connect to that moment, the first time we sent a digital mail. Many of us, not all of us, because I know there's a lot of youngsters in the crowd who know how it is to kind of send email right from day one. Like many of you, I have a child, a young child actually, of about 7. And it's amazing because I try to look at the world from her lens. And it's a world of amazement, of wonder. Every day is an adventure. And she loves to try to get me to be a partner in that journey. So very often, I'm required to read a story, but more importantly, create a story. I'm asked to read a poem, but perhaps to create a poem in which she is the protagonist. I'm asked to draw something cute, but of course, her at the front and center. Sometimes I'm asked to kind of make up songs. Now, I'm really fortunate. I think I consider myself to be very fortunate to be living in the era of AI, because all these different endeavors have become so much smarter and sharper for me. I bring up my Copilot on the web, and I can actually create a poem with Anya at the heart of it. I can convert that poem into a set of visuals with India Gate at the back and really Eiffel Tower on the side, a river on the floating around at the back with crows in the sky. You just have to dream it, and you can visualize it and can make it. And yesterday, just yesterday, I was actually able to create a song about Anya going for a walk in the forest with a little dog by her side, and it actually added things like oohs and ahs at the end, just the way you and I would kind of sing a song. It's amazing. AI is not about the future, it is here. It is transforming our lives, it's empowering each of us, bit by bit, day by day, but I'm telling you, it is transforming and empowering our lives. At Microsoft, we have a fairly compelling vision. It is about empowering every person and every organization on the planet, and specifically in India, to achieve more and do more. Really, the whole, I think, vision of AI was born out of this vision. We have a very nuanced name for AI. Many of you would have heard of this semantic called co-pilot. I get this a lot. I meet with a lot of customers and partners. What does co-pilot mean? Why don't you just simply call it AI? Right? AI, I think AI, there's a relatability to AI. Why co-pilot, for heaven's sake? And I think there's a small story over there. The story is that we believe that it's very difficult to draw a parallel to human potential, human ingenuity, human creativity, really. And AI can serve as an embellishment. And AI can serve really as your partner, a digital ally, if you may, while you're kind of charting the journey from point A to point B. Just visualize you're sitting in a cockpit. It's a large aircraft. You want to ensure that you're getting from point A to point B, but you have a co-pilot who's kind of taking care of all the controls, all the myriad of controls, making your life simpler and fundamentally aiding and abetting in everything that you do every single day. That's what co-pilot is for us. So what we have done is we have taken this entire generative AI experience. I will not make it technical. Yes, we've got large language models and great conversational assistants, but at the heart of it, it's really about having a digital companion. A companion across Windows, which is Windows Copilot, a companion across applications like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, Teams, and so on, companion across services, and now a companion to your device as well, because really it's across the silicon, from the chip to the cloud to the device. That's what we're trying to kind of enable right now. So our partnership with Lenovo is really about bringing all of this to life. I absolutely love the war cry of AI for all, because we believe that Copilot needs to have been democratized. We need to get the power of AI in every individual's hands. And Microsoft and Lenovo coming together will hopefully absolutely address that core objective, democratizing Copilot and getting the power of AI in the hands of every individual and every business in country and beyond. Thanks again, SK, for having us here, and true pleasure to be here.
And if you could also stay back on stage. So clearly love the partnership, and we do work with all the technology giants to bring our solutions to the market. We are also working, because this is a lot about the device and the hardware, but also finally AI happens with applications, right? So we are working with almost 160 innovators and ISVs globally to bring real use cases in a productized way to the market pretty soon. And like I said, there's been a lot of talk, but it's not all talk. There is real work. There are proof points. A lot of our infrastructure solutions are already powering Gen AI in a way through our servers and storage business. But today we are also happy to share that some of our devices are getting launched, and some of those are being showcased on both sides of the commercial and consumer room. You'll get to experience those. To launch those, we are launching 3 today, and some more. Like Luca said, a lot more will be coming to the market in the next 3 to 6 months. So for the launch of those devices, if I can invite back my global leaders, Matt, Luca, Vlad, and Amar, if you could also join us. If you can also join us for the
Ladies and gentlemen, I truly think this deserves a round of applause. It is unveiling our first of AI PCs that are here, and Ashish, who heads category for us and was sitting right next to me, also tells me that by the 15th of February, we'll have the first products on shelf for any of you who are interested. Me for sure.
Okay, Chandrika, I was hoping I could just pick one of these and take it with me. I can't wait to get my hands on one of these.
You do have privilege, Suresh, but we'll have to hold you back.
All right, Chandrika, how is this going to change your life, the AI-enabled PC?
Look, I'm truly, truly excited about having my own personal AI. But, I was taking from what Bhaskar was saying, and maybe question for you, Bhaskar, will my presentations get done without me doing it? Absolutely. I'm most excited about that. So I'm in queue. I'm hoping you are.
For all of us who have sat through 50-slide presentations, we know what a tough job it is making them. All right, let's move on. With that, may I now invite Vladimir Rozanovich, Senior VP Infrastructure Solutions Group, to speak about leading with AI. Here's a little fun fact about Vlad. Vlad is a competitive rower, from what I'm told. So if you find yourself in rough waters, Vlad is the man to get you out of those.
Well, thanks, Suresh. I appreciate that. Oh, what a wonderful day. I'll tell you, this year has been an unbelievable year in change in the data center part of the business. One thing I love about these AI PCs is it creates data. It creates data. And where does data go? Where is data utilized? Many times that data ends up back in the data center. And as the head of ISG from a customer perspective on a worldwide basis at Lenovo, data is really the key discussion point of what I want to spend some time talking about today. Now, I know some of you are out there taking pictures of Vlad and his Bundy, and you're probably going on ChatGPT right now saying, is he a Bundy model? And guess what? We just created some data. We created some data that is now in the cloud, in Microsoft, on Azure, that if somebody goes up to Bing Chat and says, is Vlad a Bundy model? It will come up with a picture and some data. And what's amazing is that this data is actually going to transform the way we make decisions. It's going to transform the way we create opportunities in the government space for civilians, in the corporate space for profitability. One of the things that I spent some time talking about in our Customer Advisory Council today is what are CEOs asking for? They hear the buzz terms about AI, but do they really know what they're asking for? The first thing they're asking all of you as IT executives, they're asking for, how is this going to make me more profit? How is this going to make me more revenue? How is this going to make me more efficient? And those are areas that we as IT leaders need to take that statement and then digest it and say, okay, what do I want to accomplish with my data? Because that's what's going to create the efficiencies, and that's what's going to create the profitabilities. And so when we think about the transformation that's happening, I'll just give you a little perspective from a Lenovo standpoint. AI has not, it's not something that popped up overnight. But when ChatGPT first hit, and everybody knew what it was, every CEO said, I want to make sure that my corporation is running there. And one of the first things we saw from a Lenovo perspective, and as I go off and talk to CIOs all around the world, one of the things that I've noticed is that those CIOs are now saying, okay, well, how do I create these work streams? What do I need to go buy? There's a lot of questions about what is the intent of that journey to say, how do I become more profitable? How do I become more efficient? And so one of the things we've seen is, like I said, AI is not new. We've been using AI in multiple areas around Lenovo. Just to kind of talk about a few of these, which match up with some of the data points that you see behind me. As you may know, Lenovo is a proud sponsor of Formula One. And one of the things that we've done as part of that sponsorship is we've worked with Formula One and some of the tracks to help queuing technology around those tracks for lines around the washrooms, lines around parking. Where is the most efficient place to actually go get a bite to eat? And that was technology that Lenovo implemented at some of the tracks using some of our ThinkEdge AI-enabled servers at those tracks using real-time data of customer queuing and saying, And if you went up on the app and said, where is the shortest washroom queue right now, you could actually find out where it was. And when Lenovo looks at things like manufacturing environments, today in our manufacturing environments, we use smart manufacturing techniques that use AI, that enhance quality, that enhance reliability, and that can pinpoint failures even before they happen. So this is some of the areas that we are using AI. In fact, I've even challenged my marketing team on the first data point about creatives. I said, now that I'm a Bundy model, why don't you put me on K2 holding one of these AI PCs? And you know what? You don't have to fly Vlad to K2 anymore. You can just put that into your AI system, and out comes the creative. And so there are efficiencies that are going to happen. There's creativeness that's really going to happen. But ultimately, it's about how is each and every one of the customers that you represent, the vertical markets that you represent, how are you going to take this information and make sure you do this in a way that's responsible, both from a ESG standpoint as well as from a fiscally responsible standpoint. One of the things that I've seen as I've gone off to talk to these CIOs is there's also this fear of FOMO, fear of missing out. Everybody is saying, you know what, I need to go buy the largest 8x SXM-enabled GPU system. Well, what are the parameters of what you're trying to solve? Are you trying to solve a large language model or a small language model? Are you really trying to do inference? Or are you just out there because all the buzz is about 8-way GPU systems, that's what you're asking for? And so when you think about the businesses that you are in, it's very important to make sure you have a plan to say, this is how I want to structure my data, this is how I want to structure my infrastructure to create these results. And some of these areas, I'll talk about a few vertical markets. Financial services. In the India market, we all know about financial services, government, healthcare as being some of those primary areas that the federal government is putting money into. And so I'll talk about a few of those examples. As I've been in London and New York City talking to some of the CIOs on the financial services accounts, one of the things that they talk about is the different work streams they have going on for AI. And some of them are the ones that you would think make sense. Chatbots. How do you become more efficient in digital technology to enable a customer journey to get their answer faster? And so chatbot technology is something that is AI enabled, and it gets better every day. And by the way, as repetition happens, it learns every day, and it gets more efficient and more efficient. However, one of the things that you need to be careful of when you start thinking about chatbox technology is you better make sure that your customer's financial data doesn't make its way out into that environment. And so the security aspect of that is so critical, so importantly critical. Other work streams we see in financial services is code development. And I'm sure many of you as IT executives, you're looking for those areas of how can I have my coders be more efficient? How could I have my dev team do more work? How do I become more productive? And those are areas that we're also seeing work streams in the financial services sector. When we look at things like healthcare, and this is one, I know Matt's example made a very big difference in people's lives. But there's so many more examples that we're starting to hear about. Certain cancer recognition. Pancreatic cancer is a very hard thing to recognize, and you need, special radiologists really are trained in spotting some of those deformities to say, okay, that is a cancer cell in that area. Well, if you can use AI and generative AI to start actually modeling some of that and then creating a bigger database, now all of a sudden you're actually adding a lot of value, a lot of productivity, and potentially a lot of revenue to these healthcare organizations. And so these are just a few of the examples that I've seen personally as I've gone out there. Smart cities is another one. In fact, I was just recently in Barcelona where they've enabled Lenovo Edge servers all throughout the city on the light posts that actually monitor traffic, that help emergency services divert traffic as an emergency is taking place. And so these are some of the things that AI is being used for that is using Lenovo-based products. Now, a lot of these things I talked about, many of you are probably saying, where do I start? How do I plan? How do I make sure I don't overpay for what I need? How do I make sure that I need that particular GPU system to do large language models? Or do I? The complexity of hardware in this space is very unique. And that is one of the areas where Lenovo can help. Based off of the areas that we've seen, we've done over $2 billion of revenue in the AI sector over the last couple of years. But we're also investing over $1 billion to make sure we're continuing to work with software providers to create more and more solutions that are tailored for this environment. The other thing we see is lack of skills. There's very few people out there who really understand, what do we need to do to go create this generative AI model or other AI type models. And the one that I think gets it should get more attention is what I call responsible AI and sustainability. The problem with that FOMO example of a CIO saying, you know what, I'm just going to buy the biggest 8-way GPU server. Well, the problem with that is, maybe the NVIDIA GPU is 1,000 watts. You put 8 of them together in a server, that server is 10,000 watts. You put 8 of those in a rack, that's 80,000 watts. You put 100 of those in a data center, and now you're starting to talk about megawatts. And the question is do you really need that performance for your use case? Or are you just buying something that actually, you feel like you might need in the future? Well, that's the area where responsible AI matters. When it comes to things like making sure you're speccing your workloads with the right hardware is a very important part of the responsibility. The other part of responsibility around AI is the privacy of your customers' data. Boy, there's nothing more important than the IP that you have in your infrastructures. And if that IP, which is your customer information, your design information, it could be your healthcare information, if that information ever found its way out into the cloud and is then being used to generate new AI models, well, guess what? Your competitiveness in the market just disappeared. And not only did your competitiveness disappear, you're also setting yourselves up for legal action on data privacy and security. And so these are real areas that people need to consider. The complexity of the hardware, the lack of skills, the sustainability aspect, and also what is that data strategy? We started off the conversation by saying it's all about the data. And the reality is Lenovo is here to bring AI to your data. We don't want to be a cloud provider where you say, hey, let's put all that data up in the cloud and then do your magic and then come back to me. Well, guess what? There's a lot of inefficiencies around that, and there's a lot of cost around that. And so to understand what your data strategy is something that Lenovo can help with. And so some of the advice that I give people when we talk about what is the strategy you should have for AI. Number one, competitiveness is key, right? If this is going to help make you more money, if this is going to help you become more efficient, more productive, if you don't do it, you're probably going to be left behind. Location matters. This is one where I gave some examples at my table during the Customer Advisory Council of a large retail chain that decided to go put customer data up in the cloud to create predictive modeling to reduce queues in their retail locations. Well, the amount of data they were putting up was costing almost $5,000 a month per location. And then Lenovo came in and said, you know what if we actually put those AI edge servers in your retail stores, in your fast food service stores? And for the cost of 1 month of data going up into the cloud, they were actually able to get better latency, better performance through Lenovo edge servers in an on-prem environment. And so location matters. It's going to help you on that cost aspect too. LLMs and beyond. This is the one that I talked about earlier. Make sure you know what parameters you're solving for. If you think everything's a large language model, you're going to become very inefficient very quickly. So make sure you understand what you're trying to do. Are you trying to use a public large language model type of deployment? Are you looking for a private foundational model where you keep that data secure? Or are you looking for a personal foundational model where you put that data into some of our devices? That's the thing. The scoping of that data is so, so important. And I already spoke about responsibility. And so the reality is here, Lenovo wants to be part of this journey with you. We have over 80 products that span the AI portfolio, from our industry-leading edge servers to our large 8-way GPU-based servers. And for us to help you on that journey, for us to also help you with maybe making introductions to some of those software partners that are key. Lenovo runs something called the AI Innovators Program, where we have 65 different software vendors that do a lot of AI deployment functions for specialized tasks. Some of those might be theft deterrency in retail stores, or it could be analysis at fast food chain drive-thrus. These are some of the corporations that Lenovo has worked with, we've partnered with, and we can help you to not only deliver hardware, but also deliver a solution. And all of this can be done via our TruScale, which is our as-a-service model. In fact, there's a large university in North America that is starting to say, you know what, I don't have the CapEx to go deploy these research clusters of 8x GPU. And so what Lenovo has done is we've actually worked with that large university to do an as-a-service model. So as their researchers grow, and by the way, when they can actually point out to incoming professors to say, oh, we have the latest and greatest GPU-enabled servers, it's actually a tool for them to recruit better professors and more researchers. And one of the things we see is that then if the researchers scale, grant money scales from the government or for private institutions, and then they actually can go ramp up more research with Lenovo actually putting out the CapEx up front. And so from a TruScale perspective or an as-a-service perspective, those are also areas that we can help you on this AI journey. It's about this transformation. The business has changed as we know it today. AI is going to move fast. All the speakers have already mentioned that today. And this is the part of the journey that Lenovo wants to make sure we are part of with you. We want to help you understand that, okay, here's the deployments that you should look at. Here's some of the relationships you should have. And here's the responsible way on how to do it. And so, one of the things that I haven't talked about yet is some of the larger partnerships that we're involved in as well. And one of those things that comes, to everybody's mind is, well, what is your relationship with organizations like NVIDIA? In fact, at Techworld, we had Jensen up on stage with YY, our CEO, and they talked about some of the services that we are actually putting in place with the assistance of NVIDIA to help you on this transformation journey. And the other thing that we've done with NVIDIA is we've actually become the OVX platform for them within either the Microsoft Azure cloud or on-prem, where Lenovo is that exclusive partner when it comes to digital twin environments. And so some of those areas where we are providing those solutions, so if you're in a manufacturing environment and you want a digital twin of that manufacturing environment, Lenovo has already deployed that, both in the cloud and we have blueprints for on-prem. And so this is an area within the metaverse that we can assist you as well. And so with that, I want to leave you with, this is an industry that's going to continue to grow. This is an industry that is going to make corporations more revenue. It hopefully is going to deliver more profit. But we as an industry need to make sure it's done in a sustainable and a responsible way. And as part of that, we also want to make sure that we are offering everything that we have from a portfolio standpoint to help you really fine-tune what you're looking for in your AI journey, whether it's those edge servers to those large LLM servers. We want to make sure we help you with part of that journey. And so with that, I want to say thank you. This has been a very enjoyable session today, and I am going to turn it right back over to our host and hostess. Thank you.
Thank you, Vlad. That was fabulous. I think with any new technology that is moving from being a possibility to a reality, it helps when it's broken down like that to say, where do we start? So, Vlad, thank you very much. But on that note, Suresh, I was thinking, isn't it the right weather and the right time for some tea? So before we take a tea break, ladies and gentlemen, you can go away, take about 20-25 minutes and come back here. And while you go there, I'm going to recommend that you take a look at our experience centers. We have some beautifully curated technology out there, and my personal favorite is the digital twin. Just see if it can match up to your intelligence. And if not, and if you're in the mood for some fun, I would recommend the Yoga 9i Creator Zone and see if you want to create an avatar for yourself 50 years from now. But time for a tea break, and we will wait here back for you. And if you've been enjoying the conversation so far, and if you want to share it, please do remember to use the hashtag Techworld Lenovo India. And for our online viewers, we'll be back in a jiffy. Thank you.
All right, see you in 20 minutes.
Lenovo, we believe AI should live where you do. On your shop floor, sales floor, front desk, teacher's desk, home office, corner office, oh, and on your commute. Beep, beep. AI should be personalized to you, always responsive and always protected. So we all can be safer, smarter, healthier, happier, more productive, less stressed. AI should be at your fingertips. We build and deploy AI solutions at the edge of the network and on premise, so they're immediate, private, and tailored to your business. And with the widest range of products and partners, we deliver the computing power to take on even the heaviest AI workloads. Because we believe AI should come to you and be built for what you need. Available to everyone, everywhere. We're making AI for firstborns, first loves, for I cans, for I got this, for cancer fighters, food providers, for dreamers, storytellers, for game changers. We're making AI for all.
The Love on Month of Service is Lenovo's way to get our employees engaged in giving back through volunteering their time and giving their talent to the community. This year is our 7th annual Love on Month of Service, and we have over 120 projects taking place all over the world.
I think we all have a responsibility, and frankly I get excited about it, the opportunity to pay forward, to give back. I think anytime that you're exposed to a workplace like this and you see the kind of the culture and the people, I think that's always something good to show, that there's a sense of community, a sense of family.
Lenovo is an amazing partner. They offer volunteers, they offer financial support. Lenovo is always there and offering their assistance.
This year we're hoping to engage nearly 5,000 Lenovo employees and benefit over 60,000 individuals around the world. So it might be a one-month activity, but we can make an impact that is long-lasting. Thank you for volunteering this year, and we hope to see you next year for our Love on Month of Service.
Smarter technology for all means we're working to build a brighter, more sustainable future for all. How do we plan to do that? First, we're working to help mitigate climate change. In 5 years, 90% of our global operations electricity will be obtained from renewable sources, and we'll remove 1 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions from our supply chain. By 2030, we'll cut Scope 1 and 2 emissions in half and decrease our emissions intensity throughout the value chain by 25%. We're increasing our participation in the circular economy through innovations in our supply chain and product design. By 2025, 76% of returned PC parts will be repaired for future use, and we'll recycle and reuse 363 million kilograms of end-of-life products. We're using more sustainable materials and reducing waste with game-changing product and packaging design. In 5 years, we'll use post-consumer recycled materials in 100% of our PC products, 90% of our PC plastic packaging, and 60% of our smartphone packaging. And finally, we're designing to meet the diverse needs of our global customers. By 2025, 75% of Lenovo's products will be vetted by inclusive design experts from the Product Diversity Office, ensuring our products work for everyone, regardless of background or ability. We know that with these steps, we can create a brighter, more sustainable future for all.
Great IT leaders anticipate change. They see around corners, actively shaping their company's future, not just reacting to it. They dare to see it differently. Not just take a step, but a leap toward a new way of thinking about technology. Technology as a service. Lenovo TruScale gives you access to the industry's broadest portfolio, from the pocket to the cloud, delivered to you as a service anywhere in the world. All with the simplicity of a scalable pay-as-you-go model. That's how we partner with you to deliver practical innovations that strengthen your competitive advantage. Access future-ready and sustainable solutions that empower your teams to transform your organization's vision into value. The vision is yours. Get there with Lenovo TruScale.
Hello, Moto.
In the far southern corner of India, in the monsoon-nourished forests of the Western Ghat Plateau, lives the farmer Kannamma, who was named after a goddess who protects her people like a mother. In these fertile lands of Kanthalur in Kerala state, ancient agricultural knowledge has passed down generations. But one crucial and nutritious superfood was vanishing from Kannamma's plate: millets. The land that once grew 18 indigenous millet varieties was now growing only 2.
The major challenge the farmers were facing here was the market for their products. So that's a reason they have moved out of the millet growing to the other options, which they found it is much easier.
They are not interested in millet. But in outset, it has a huge market opened, but they don't know.
The year 2023 was declared as the International Year of Millets by the United Nations. But in the heart of the forest, Kannamma and the farmers of her village had no idea that the world had started loving the cereal they had stopped growing. This land was unaware of the technology and its potential to reform. One day, all that began to change. The last people Kannamma would have expected, representatives of a technology company, walked into Kanthalur. Lenovo had started a story of transformation. Lenovo, for its Work for Humankind initiative, started to team up with Dream India Network along with support from various local bodies to revive these superfoods in Kanthalur.
I grown up in a agriculture environment. I know the ups and downs in the farmer's life, and they are not expecting much from the society. They can only accept the consistent value for their products.
I'm happy to announce that I have 25 early adopter farmers who are coming forward and wanting to do millet farming.
We talked with the different stakeholders like the president or the Grama Panchayat president, the Kudumbasri members who are into the farming section, to the Anganwadi teachers, the agriculture department. They said they will collaborate with us and help us to facilitate the program, entire program in the community.
The Lenovo Digital Center for Kanthalur Millets was set up, where Lenovo volunteers and students work together to harness the smarter technology for the revival of the millets. But Kannamma and her fellow 25 farmers had their own doubts. How does technology help them grow and sell millets?
അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി അവരെ ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയാണ് അവരെ ടെക്നോളജി പരമായിട്ട് അവർക്ക് റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ ടെക്നോളജി റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ട് globally അവരെ എത്തിക്കാനായിട്ട് ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക.
So this tech center with the students, these farmers can go there and actually get all that information for whatever requirement that they need.
The local community and Lenovo volunteers came together and joined hands in each stage of production, marketing and value addition to the millets. Eventually, Kannamma and other farmers began to believe that what was lost was about to be revived with technology. The millet varieties that were reduced to 2 were now revived to 6.
ടെക്നിക്കൽ ആധുനിക സൗകര്യത്തോടുകൂടി മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ് കൂടി ഉണ്ടാക്കി കൊടുത്താൽ കാന്തളൂർ മില്ലറ്റ് ലോകം അറിയപ്പെടുന്നുള്ളത് വാക്കാൽ മാത്രമല്ല.
And then the village took a step it could never have imagined. It created its own brand. The indigenous millets that were once lost were now brought back to life, processed and packed as the Kanthalur millets. Millets are now being sold at homestays in the region. An app is being developed at the digital center to guide farmers in the cultivation of millets.
இந்த லெனோவோ கம்பெனிக்கார் வந்து நல்ல ஒரு கிருஷி உண்டாகி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க.
கம்ப்யூட்டரில் நாங்கள் பார்த்தோம், அதெல்லாம் சந்தோஷம்.
At the intersection of tradition and technology, Kanthalur is flourishing with its superfood crops. And Kannamma is proud and content to have her favorite millets back on her plate.
At Lenovo, we believe AI should live where you do. On your shop floor, sales floor, front desk, teacher's desk, home office, corner office, oh, and on your commute. Beep, beep. AI should be personalized to you, always responsive and always protected. So we all can be safer, smarter, healthier, happier, more productive, less stressed. AI should be at your fingertips. We build and deploy AI solutions at the edge of the network and on premise, so they're immediate, private, and tailored to your business. And with the widest range of products and partners, we deliver the computing power to take on even the heaviest AI workloads. Because we believe AI should come to you and be built for what you need. Available to everyone, everywhere. We're making AI for firstborns, first loves, for I cans, for I got this, for cancer fighters, food providers, for dreamers, storytellers, for game changers. We're making AI for all.
The Love on Month of Service is Lenovo's way to get our employees engaged in giving back through volunteering their time and giving their talent to the community. This year is our 7th annual Love on Month of Service, and we have over 120 projects taking place all over the world.
I think we have a responsibility, and frankly, I get excited about it, the opportunity to pay forward, to give back. I think anytime that you're exposed to a workplace like this and you see the kind of the culture and the people, I think that's always something good to show, that there's a sense of community, a sense of family.
Lenovo is an amazing partner. They offer volunteers, they offer financial support. Lenovo is always there and offering their assistance.
This year we're hoping to engage nearly 5,000 Lenovo employees and benefit over 60,000 individuals around the world. So it might be a one-month activity, but we can make an impact that is long-lasting. Thank you for volunteering this year, and we hope to see you next year for our Love on Month of Service.
Smarter technology for all means we're working to build a brighter, more sustainable future for all. How do we plan to do that? First, we're working to help mitigate climate change. In 5 years, 90% of our global operations electricity will be obtained from renewable sources, and we'll remove 1 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions from our supply chain. By 2030, we'll cut Scope 1 and 2 emissions in half and decrease our emissions intensity throughout the value chain by 25%. We're increasing our participation in the circular economy through innovations in our supply chain and product design. By 2025, 76% of returned PC parts will be repaired for future use, and we'll recycle and reuse 363 million kilograms of end-of-life products. We're using more sustainable materials and reducing waste with game-changing product and packaging design. In 5 years, we'll use post-consumer recycled materials in 100% of our PC products, 90% of our PC plastic packaging, and 60% of our smartphone packaging. And finally, we're designing to meet the diverse needs of our global customers. By 2025, 75% of Lenovo's products will be vetted by inclusive design experts from the Product Diversity Office, ensuring our products work for everyone, regardless of background or ability. We know that with these steps, we can create a brighter, more sustainable future for all.
Great IT leaders anticipate change. They see around corners, actively shaping their company's future, not just reacting to it. They dare to see it differently. Not just take a step, but a leap toward a new way of thinking about technology. Technology as a service. Lenovo TrueScale gives you access to the industry's broadest portfolio, from the pocket to the cloud, delivered to you as a service anywhere in the world. All with the simplicity of a scalable pay-as-you-go model. That's how we partner with you to deliver practical innovations that strengthen your competitive advantage. Access future-ready and sustainable solutions that empower your teams to transform your organization's vision into value. The vision is yours. Get there with Lenovo TrueScale.
Hello, Moto.
In the far southern corner of India, in the monsoon-nourished forests of the Western Ghat Plateau, lives the farmer Kannamma, who was named after a goddess who protects her people like a mother. In these fertile lands of Kanthalur in Kerala state, ancient agricultural knowledge has passed down generations. But one crucial and nutritious superfood was vanishing from Kannamma's plate: millets. The land that once grew 18 indigenous millet varieties was now growing only 2.
The major challenge the farmers were facing here was the market for their products. So that's a reason they have moved out of the millet growing to the other options, which they found it is much easier.
They are not interested in millet. But in outset, it has a huge market opened, but they don't know.
The year 2023 was declared as the International Year of Millets by the United Nations. But in the heart of the forest, Kannamma and the farmers of her village had no idea that the world had started loving the cereal they had stopped growing. This land was unaware of the technology and its potential to reform. One day, all that began to change. The last people Kannamma would have expected, representatives of a technology company, walked into Kanthalur. Lenovo had started a story of transformation. Lenovo, for its Work for Humankind initiative, started to team up with Dream India Network along with support from various local bodies to revive these superfoods in Kanthalur.
I grown up in a agriculture environment. I know the ups and downs in the farmer's life, and they are not expecting much from the society. They can only accept the consistent value for their products.
I'm happy to announce that I have 25 early adopter farmers who are coming forward and wanting to do millet farming.
We talked with the different stakeholders like the president of or the Grama Panchayat president, the Kudumbashree members who are into the farming section, to the Angamwadi teachers, the agriculture department. They said they will collaborate with us and help us to facilitate the program, entire program in the community.
The Lenovo Digital Center for Kanthalur Millets was set up, where Lenovo volunteers and students work together to harness the smarter technology for the revival of the millets. But Kannamma and her fellow 25 farmers had their own doubts. How does technology help them grow and sell millets?
അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി അവരെ ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയാണ് അവരെ ടെക്നോളജി പരമായിട്ട് അവർക്ക് റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ ടെക്നോളജി റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ട് globally അവരെ എത്തിക്കാനായിട്ട് ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക.
So this tech center with the students, these farmers can go there and actually get all that information for whatever requirement that they need.
The local community and Lenovo volunteers came together and joined hands in each stage of production, marketing and value addition to the millets. Eventually, Kannamma and other farmers began to believe that what was lost was about to be revived with technology. The millet varieties that were reduced to 2 were now revived to 6.
ടെക്നിക്കൽ ആധുനിക സൗകര്യത്തോടുകൂടി മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ് കൂടി ഉണ്ടാക്കി കൊടുത്താൽ കാന്തളൂർ മില്ലറ്റ് ലോകം അറിയപ്പെടുന്നുള്ളത് വാക്കാൽ മാത്രമല്ല.
And then the village took a step it could never have imagined. It created its own brand. The indigenous millets that were once lost were now brought back to life, processed and packed as the Kanthalur millets. Millets are now being sold at homestays in the region. An app is being developed at the digital center to guide farmers in the cultivation of millets.
இந்த லெனோவோ கம்பெனிக்கார் வந்து நல்ல ஒரு கிருஷி உண்டாக்கி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க.
கம்ப்யூட்டரில் நாங்கள் பார்த்தோம், அதெல்லாம் சந்தோஷம்.
At the intersection of tradition and technology, Kanthalur is flourishing with its superfood crops. And Kannamma is proud and content to have her favorite millets back on her plate.
At Lenovo, we believe AI should live where you do. On your shop floor, sales floor, front desk, teacher's desk, home office, corner office, oh, and on your commute. Beep, beep. AI should be personalized to you, always responsive and always protected. So we all can be safer, smarter, healthier, happier, more productive, less stressed. AI should be at your fingertips. We build and deploy AI solutions at the edge of the network and on premise, so they're immediate, private, and tailored to your business. And with the widest range of products and partners, we deliver the computing power to take on even the heaviest AI workloads. Because we believe AI should come to you and be built for what you need. Available to everyone, everywhere. We're making AI for firstborns, first loves, for I cans, for I got this, for cancer fighters, food providers, for dreamers, storytellers, for game changers. We're making AI for all.
The Love on Month of Service is Lenovo's way to get our employees engaged in giving back through volunteering their time and giving their talent to the community. This year is our 7th annual Love on Month of Service, and we have over 120 projects taking place all over the world.
I think we have a responsibility, and frankly I get excited about it, the opportunity to pay forward, to give back. I think anytime that you're exposed to a workplace like this and you see the kind of the culture and the people, I think that's always something good to show, that there's a sense of community, a sense of family.
Lenovo is an amazing partner. They offer volunteers, they offer financial support. Lenovo is always there and offering their assistance.
This year we're hoping to engage nearly 5,000 Lenovo employees and benefit over 60,000 individuals around the world. So it might be a one-month activity, but we can make an impact that is long-lasting. Thank you for volunteering this year, and we hope to see you next year for our Love on Month of Service.
Smarter technology for all means we're working to build a brighter, more sustainable future for all. How do we plan to do that? First, we're working to help mitigate climate change. In 5 years, 90% of our global operations electricity will be obtained from renewable sources, and we'll remove 1 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions from our supply chain. By 2030, we'll cut Scope 1 and 2 emissions in half and decrease our emissions intensity throughout the value chain by 25%. We're increasing our participation in the circular economy through innovations in our supply chain and product design. By 2025, 76% of returned PC parts will be repaired for future use, and we'll recycle and reuse 363 million kilograms of end-of-life products. We're using more sustainable materials and reducing waste with game-changing product and packaging design. In 5 years, we'll use post-consumer recycled materials in 100% of our PC products, 90% of our PC plastic packaging, and 60% of our smartphone packaging. And finally, we're designing to meet the diverse needs of our global customers. By 2025, 75% of Lenovo's products will be vetted by inclusive design experts from the Product Diversity Office, ensuring our products work for everyone, regardless of background or ability. We know that with these steps, we can create a brighter, more sustainable future for all.
Great IT leaders anticipate change. They see around corners, actively shaping their company's future, not just reacting to it. They dare to see it differently. Not just take a step, but a leap toward a new way of thinking about technology. Technology as a service. Lenovo TruScale gives you access to the industry's broadest portfolio, from the pocket to the cloud, delivered to you as a service anywhere in the world. All with the simplicity of a scalable pay-as-you-go model. That's how we partner with you to deliver practical innovations that strengthen your competitive advantage. Access future-ready and sustainable solutions that empower your teams to transform your organization's vision into value. The vision is yours. Get there with Lenovo TruScale.
Hello, Moto.
In the far southern corner of India, in the monsoon-nourished forests of the Western Ghat Plateau, lives the farmer Kannamma, who was named after a goddess who protects her people like a mother. In these fertile lands of Kanthalur in Kerala state, ancient agricultural knowledge has passed down generations. But one crucial and nutritious superfood was vanishing from Kannamma's plate: millets. The land that once grew 18 indigenous millet varieties was now growing only 2.
The major challenge the farmers were facing here was the market for their products. So that's a reason they have moved out of the millet growing to the other options, which they found it is much easier.
They are not interested in millet. But in outside, it has a huge market opened, but they don't know.
The year 2023 was declared as the International Year of Millets by the United Nations. But in the heart of the forest, Kannamma and the farmers of her village had no idea that the world had started loving the cereal they had stopped growing. This land was unaware of the technology and its potential to reform. One day, all that began to change. The last people Kannamma would have expected, representatives of a technology company, walked into Kanthalur. Lenovo had started a story of transformation. Lenovo, for its Work for Humankind initiative, started to team up with Dream India Network along with support from various local bodies to revive these superfoods in Kanthalur.
I grown up in a agriculture environment. I know the ups and downs in the farmer's life, and they are not expecting much from the society. They can only accept the consistent value for their products.
I'm happy to announce that I have 25 early adopter farmers who are coming forward and wanting to do millet farming.
We talked with the different stakeholders like the president of or the Grama Panchayat president, the Kudumbasri members who are into the farming section, to the Angamwadi teachers, the agriculture department. They said they will collaborate with us and help us to facilitate the program, entire program in the community.
The Lenovo Digital Center for Kanthalur Millets was set up, where Lenovo volunteers and students work together to harness the smarter technology for the revival of the millets. But Kannamma and her fellow 25 farmers had their own doubts. How does technology help them grow and sell millets?
അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി അവരെ ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയാണ് അവരെ ടെക്നോളജി പരമായിട്ട് അവർക്ക് റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ ടെക്നോളജി റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ട് globally അവരെ എത്തിക്കാനായിട്ട് ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക.
So this tech center with the students, these farmers can go there and actually get all that information for whatever requirement that they need.
The local community and Lenovo volunteers came together and joined hands in each stage of production, marketing and value addition to the millets. Eventually, Kannamma and other farmers began to believe that what was lost was about to be revived with technology. The millet varieties that were reduced to 2 were now revived to 6.
ടെക്നിക്കൽ ആധുനിക സൗകര്യത്തോടുകൂടി മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ് കൂടി ഉണ്ടാക്കി കൊടുത്താൽ കാന്തളൂർ മില്ലറ്റ് ലോകം അറിയപ്പെടുന്നുള്ളത് വാക്കാൽ മാത്രമല്ല.
And then the village took a step it could never have imagined. It created its own brand. The indigenous millets that were once lost were now brought back to life, processed and packed as the Kanthalur millets. Millets are now being sold at homestays in the region. An app is being developed at the digital center to guide farmers in the cultivation of millets.
இந்த லெனோவோ கம்பெனிக்கார் வந்து நல்ல ஒரு கிருஷி உண்டாக்கி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க.
கம்ப்யூட்டரில் நாங்கள் பார்த்தோம், அதில் சந்தோஷம்.
At the intersection of tradition and technology, Kanthalur is flourishing with its superfood crops. And Kannamma is proud and content to have her favorite millets back on her plate.
At Lenovo, we believe AI should live where you do. On your shop floor, sales floor, front desk, teacher's desk, home office, corner office, oh, and on your commute. Beep, beep. AI should be personalized to you, always responsive and always protected. So we all can be safer, smarter, healthier, happier, more productive, less stressed. AI should be at your fingertips. We build and deploy AI.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your tea and coffee break. I also hope you went to the experience and demo zones and got a look at all the cool technology on display there. Excuse me. May I request all of you to come back into the main ballroom. We're about to start the sessions again. And for those of you in the ballroom, please do find a seat, take your seats.
You're doing the poll, right? In.
All right, welcome back to Techworld 2024. Now, all through the first session, the speakers have been doing all the hard work, and you've been getting some insights on the world of AI. It's now time for you to do a little bit of work. So step number one, please pull out your phones. Everybody, please pull out your phones. Can we have the QR code on screen? Yeah, you need to scan this QR code, or you need to join at slido.com with hashtag Lenovo as the password. We're trying to get a sense of the mood of the house. All right, I hope everybody scanned the code or entered the joined at slido.com with hashtag Lenovo. All right, we have a couple of questions for you in the audience. Like I told you, it's time for you to do a bit of work. Can we have the first question, please? And all morning we've been talking about the disruptive nature of AI, and I know many of you work across different sectors. So here's your question. Where do you think the disruptive power will be felt the most, the impact? Right. We'll give you about 45 seconds to make up your mind. Another 20 seconds before we conclude the poll.
I'm finding this very fascinating. Only 2% on e-commerce?
Chandrika, that's my question. With all the buzz around e-commerce in India as the next big thing in retail, it seems that the audience thinks that e-commerce is not going to be particularly disrupted any more than other sectors. Do you agree with this assessment?
I don't know. I mean, it might be my personal opinion, but everything that we heard from LAD and we spoke about data, and e-commerce is all about data, right? So
it is.
What good use of all that data if AI is not going to get it?
Unless people who are voting for e-commerce have voted for all of the above, and therefore it's covered within e-commerce. All right.
Well, no biases. It's just a point of view. You guys can tell us what you feel.
All right. With that, we come to the second question of the day. Can we have question number 2, please? Right. By when will we have AI-enabled chips? Elon Musk just announced Neuralink, the first implanted chip. I already have one. We have lots of Robocops in the hall and Terminators in the hall.
You will have to tell us where you got it, though.
A continuous glucose monitor is not counted as an AI-enabled chip. Okay.
But are these even available? I'm wondering.
If you know Elon Musk, it is available. For other people, I think you might have to wait a little bit.
In my mind, it was only the science fiction movies, but...
But we have heard of some people who are biohackers in the US who started implanting chips to monitor their, especially athletic performance.
How interesting.
So they've already started. The whole science of biohacking, both with chips and with some form of, I think the chemicals called nootropics. They're using it to hack their systems, to do reverse aging. There are people in their 40s who are now saying their biological age is about 25.
I'm particularly interested in this one, but we'll take
That's
this
correct.
offline.
Okay, so the consensus, Chandrika, seems to be 2040 is the year when it will be a default that we have AI-enabled chips implanted in our bodies. For the people at Intel, that's good news because they can start working on it right away. These chips that we're going to embed. All right, thank you very much. These results are going to be used in the next panel discussion. A quick reminder for all of you, if you're going to go social with anything that you heard, learned, or saw at Techworld India, use the hashtag Lenovo Techworld India when posting about the event. Now, this brings us to our first panel discussion of the day. The theme of the panel is the emerging disruptive landscape of generative AI. May I first invite our panel moderator, Sujit John, Deputy Resident Editor, Times of India. Sujit, can we have you on stage? You can take the center seat. May I now invite our panelists, Sumir Bhatia, AP President of the Lenovo Infrastructure Solutions Group. Sumir, can we have you on stage? Santosh Vishwanathan, Vice President and MD, Intel India.
I guess so. Anyway.
Ankit Bose, Head of NASCOM AI. Harnath Babu, CIO of KPMG. And Ravi Jain of Krutrim Ola.
I'm so excited to hear this panel. That's quite the mix that we have there.
It is.
I'll be asking Harnath to give that AI bit of it. You can start with the use cases after that.
Sujit, you have 45 minutes to extract the insights out of this group of eminent panelists. Over to you.
Am I audible? Yeah. Great. Just last month, a good friend of mine called me up and said it's his son's school graduation, and it's one of those big schools in Bangalore, and they do their graduation ceremonies in a very grand manner. And he said his son was among the toppers, and he was doing well in sports. And so this friend of mine, the father, was told by the school, why don't you give a graduation speech on behalf of the parents? So this guy was worried, and he called me up and said, Sujit, kuch kar do yaar. And as all of us extremely busy in our lives, and this would have, I thought, easily taken an hour or 2 hours at least. And then it struck me, why don't I try ChatGPT? Or actually, Microsoft Copilot. And you won't believe it. I mean, it was so good. In 1 minute, I got something which I think would have taken me a minimum of 30 minutes. And then, of course, what it produced did require some fine-tuning, some personalization and all of that. But what it produced gave me a base on which to work on, which easily saved me, like I said, half an hour to 45 minutes. And that's the magic, as several speakers earlier also said. That's what has impressed so many of us. As Matt, of course, said, if many of us try the same question about graduation speeches, probably all of us will get similar results, but those are some of those things that will probably change over time. Soon after ChatGPT came, I remember people saying it's the greatest thing since internet was invented. Some said it's the greatest thing since electricity was invented. And I don't know. So that's a question that I'm going to start off with. Let me start with Harnath. Where's Harnath? Okay, Harnath is here. Harnath, give us an idea. I mean, enormous hype around generative AI. Is it justified? Give us an idea about AI's progress in the last 10, 20 years, and what is it about Gen AI that's really made AI stand out?
Sure. Thanks. Am I audible? I'm audible. Yeah. So I think it's a good start for the conversation, right? So AI has been in existence for almost more than 50, 60 years now. I think maybe 60, 70 years to be more precise. And I think the very idea of AI was more theoretical in the past, but I think it's certainly catching up in the last couple of decades. But what has changed in last 2 years, which has really caught the attention? It wasn't that the AI wasn't existing. AI was there in our phones. AI was there in our machines. AI was there in our data centers. And we've been experiencing AI from last 1 decade, maybe more. But why suddenly so much of a buzz around AI, right? I think if I just have to draw parallels. If you had to do the same exercise and go a little more theoretical in terms of writing the essay or speech, right? 15 years back, you would have had to go to Encyclopedia or Britannica, maybe if it had more context, if you wanted to bring out.
Exactly what I thought. I mean, it would require going to, at least now in this age, going to a Google and looking through a lot of searches and all of that to find out something. Yeah.
Exactly. You would have had to do that. Then came Google, you started searching. Maybe what was happening during that time? You had an understanding basis which you wanted to synthesize information, right? You wanted to create information, right? Suddenly, what happened last year, you had an intent. You put it in the system, and the system gave you everything, right? You didn't have to. It was just available on a silver platter, right? That's the big change that has happened. That's generative AI. And what's happening because of this? The main thing is people were able to associate themselves with what was coming out, right? They were able to relate to what was coming out. And that's exactly was a big change that happened in AI. And that's the generative AI. If I have to, again, draw a little more parallel, I call generative AI as a DJ of the digital world, right? Because it's just going and picking up information for whatever that it understands and is able to bring it in such a way that you understand, you dance to the tunes of the AI. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're all dancing to the tunes of AI today. You type something, you give your intent, output comes out, and you're happy and you're dancing. I think that's exactly what has happened, right? And we have seen some of the new rock stars from an AI perspective, ChatGPT to Copilot on ChatGPT to some small language models, large language models. We've heard about all these terms in the last couple of months, right? All these are evolving fast because everybody's trying to obviously experiment, one. And second, they've understood what's the art of possible, right?
So you think it's, I mean, what do you think? It's not hype. I mean, you think there's a lot of possibilities with this?
It's near hype. I wouldn't say it's still it's a hype for sure. But I think there is also a practicality that we're looking at. We're not just talking theory. We are talking practical. We are seeing that people have started embracing this technology, and in your business as well, right? You are, I mean, you need to have a starting point if you're trying to write an article or you're trying to get to something, right? To structure your thoughts. The idea is you put your intent, you're very clear what you want to do, it kind of gives you that, right? It is able to understand your intent, and accordingly, and you say, I want to write like a particular, let's say, a writer. In that tone, you're able to write, because the model has been trained in so many, so much of literature, text, and things like that. So I think this is one part, which is basically your textual information, which is natural language. We have seen image generation as well also, and we are talking about from from text and images to production, right? To manufacturing, where we're looking at designs, design ideas, we're looking at product ideas coming out of generative AI. So I think it's the transformation we are seeing, it's the practicality that we are seeing. Is it early in the day? Yes, there's more that's possible, but I think we're just starting to manage.
Okay. Ankit, tell me, I mean, you have a broad view of the industry as NASSCOM. Give us an idea of the kind of applications that are emerging, kind of use cases that are emerging with Gen AI.
Sure. I think, am I audible? Yeah. So if I see it, on a holistic level, right, industry-wise, there are most of the applications will fit in 70% of what I see, right? There are 4: customer operations, marketing, internal knowledge management, right, and probably legal. These are the 4 key, right, which most of the enterprises are trying to build. Okay. If I go industry-wise, probably BFSI, fraud, right, retail, hyper-personalization, healthcare, drug discovery, right. So that's how we are viewing it. Most of the enterprises are building the base 4, which I said, and then they have their unique, sector-specific use case. That's what they are building.
And how successful have they been?
So if I see a global perspective and Indian perspective, right, a lot of work has moved from initial, tinkling to experimentation to a MVP level, right? Global GCCs, we feel they are ahead in the game. They have started working on some of the use cases which are near to production, but again, still pre-production. Indian companies, I think they're still doing experimentation and pre-MVP stage, right? But again, I think I cannot be generic. Many companies can be far more detailed, far more, probably ahead in the implementation. It all depends on the team what you have, right, and the partners what you have.
Intelligent knowledge management, you said, is it?
Yeah, intelligent knowledge management.
What does that mean?
So you have a bunch of assets, your HR, right, your policies, your guidance, right. All of that is getting converted into internal knowledge management, right. So typically, if I have to see my HR policy, I will see probably one PDF, or there are 10 PDFs, right. Instead of that, there's a live bot which can respond to me as and when I require, right.
Okay.
That's what is internal knowledge management.
Okay. So what, you'll have a personal assistant? Like
Yes.
Yeah.
Not a personal assistant, but again, a process-based conversational AI bot, which is powered through Gen AI.
Okay.
That's what it is.
One of these writing or summarization, I saw, on a discussion like this on a webinar, actually, we had a speaker. Sometimes speakers tend to get very excited and speak a lot and, say, and write and all of that, and with lots of R and E and all that. there's a good transcription model, it's called Otter and all that. Now, they transcribe very well. But then for us as journalists, with all those, UNOs and rights and this, that, and the other, it's sometimes difficult to put all that together in a sensible way. I once asked, again, Copilot, I think, to correct the English and put it in a good paragraph, and it did so well.
It's very good.
Those summarization capabilities and the ability to write.
Summarization, see, again, that will fit in the customer operations. That will fit in the knowledge management, right? So it can summarize things. So I was saying enterprise-wide, but again, individually, summarization, transcribe, language work, creating a new, probably some idea, right? Tinkling with a new idea. That is all people are using. So summarization is fabulous for, reporters or probably, journalists, right? So you get something which is very, very raw, just like in YouTube transcript. You can put in that, you can format it, and you can get exactly what you want from that.
Okay.
Yeah. So fabulous use cases, right? Individually and enterprise-wide.
Okay. Ravi, on the same theme, I mean, you are building a foundation model which is kind of Indic-based for Indian language, not just Indian languages, you told me today, but big focus is Indian languages. The Western models, you are saying, are too focused on English and all of the global data. India data is a minuscule proportion of that. I mean, Sam Altman initially said India should not try to build a foundation model and all that. At least that's what he, I think, meant. But he later tried to clarify and things like that. But you are building one. How difficult is it to do? How expensive is it to do? Can a lot more people in India do it? And why is it necessary for India to do it?
It's definitely a very difficult problem to solve. Let's start from the data to the compute that is required to create a new model. And then there is a lot of packaging work that you have to do to make it productized in a way that consumers can use it, right? So all of these aspects are very complicated from a model development and engineering point of view, right? And I think it's very capital intensive, right? All aspects of this is very capital intensive. It is very talent intensive. So it's not an easy problem to solve. But
Ola had the money to do it, huh? Ola had the
We are at it. We have had a start, but a long way to go, right? But if you look at what the ecosystem is doing, there are open source models which are coming about, which are helping accelerate people who want to build models, not necessarily the largest of the models, but smaller models, right? Which can be very effective in most problem statements. They are coming about. The compute industry is at it. Of course, Lenovo is one of them. Intel is working to cut the costs of training and inferencing by significant numbers, right? So it is initial days, and therefore the costs are high, but I think it will become, all these enabling things will help build models, at least the smaller models, much more efficiently and also infer them much more cost effectively.
Smaller models means you are using less data?
When we say small models, it is to do with the parameters of the model. And data is an input, which would be counted as tokens. So you can train a small model with a large number of words and data, which translates to tokens. But the amount of compute that you need for training is correlated to both amount of data and the size of the model. When you infer the model, it is primarily to do with the number of parameters, right? So practically you can be very efficient if you plan it right and create very cost-effective models, right? So I think over a period of time it will become easier for and cost-effective to train models. And I expect that there will be enterprises who will do domain-specific models. There will be other large models that will come out of India. It is required. So that's the expectation.
You showed me a little while ago to your interface, you write me a letter inviting people to an AI conference or something, and it did it in English and did the same thing in Hindi and all that. So you're also trying to compete with a ChatGPT. You're not just trying to be an Indic language thing, is it?
Yeah, because the entire theme is productivity. How do we make people more productive? By giving them a tool which they can use to do everyday tasks, right? And oftentimes you will do information search where you have search engines, etc., etc. But there are a lot of tasks like writing an email to your boss or planning an itinerary in your personal life when you're traveling, right? All of these are relevant to almost everybody in the professional and personal setting. And therefore, if you think of an assistant product, you need to support all those use cases. And we are thinking of building products which go towards that end.
Okay, I'll come back to more of that later. Santosh, tell us, I mean, you are the basis of, to a great extent, of all that is happening in the AI space. You are providing the chips, the semiconductor, as it were. Give us an idea, I mean, from your side, one, for India, how important is it to set up its own AI infrastructure? And what are the things that companies like yours can help in this endeavor?
Yes. So first of all, I think, as Ravi spoke about, there's lots of compelling use cases. And one of the things that he mentioned was that the importance of compute, right? So I think the key for AI for all or any of the themes that we spoke about or AI everywhere is the fact that compute needs to be democratized, right? And compute needs to be all around, because then lots of companies and lots of businesses and lots of individuals won't be able to use it. So therefore, it's not a singular model where there's this big, large AI engine and that's going to go power the world that we see in the movies. I think it's a practical engine where there are areas where there are large language models, there are areas where there are smaller models that are applicable. There are smaller data sets in some places, there are large data sets that needs to be harnessed in the other places. So I think it's that combination that I think we all need to be cognizant about. So I think the key for that is that don't view infrastructure as this big, massive, computer that's going to take over the world. I think infrastructure should be everywhere across every compute device that we use. And AI is going to be, think of like, today internet is not meant for a big, large computer. You use internet in every device, even your fridge and your refrigerator and everything else connects to an internet, because the fact that you made most devices go and connect to the internet, and Wi-Fi kind of unlocked everything. If you remember those days, we launched a product called Centrino, and that just unlocked the way computers are used today, right? So I think it's that similar tipping moment where I think we got to view AI beyond a singular infrastructure. We got to view AI across multiple infrastructures. And there are techniques that are very nascent that are developing. Like, I can give you an example. Like, there's something called as retrieval augmented generation called RAG. RAG models take a large LLM, but it kind of makes it current and it kind of makes it real by going and accessing the current source of information. So you don't need to keep retraining models on a large data set, right? Those are practical ways enterprises can use, where you take a large language model, you apply it locally, you make it current, and you run it on your local data set. So I think there's areas that is evolutionary that will make us use data. And as a country, I think one of the things that we have learned from companies like Ola is we're very frugal. We don't ride electric scooters because it's cool and it looks nice. I mean, it also looks cool and nice, but we use it because it's the lowest cost per kilometer that we can go run that vehicle on, right? That's why it is so popular. AI usage is going to be the same way. It's going to be practically used in a pace where that there's lowest cost that we can go generate, and that frugality-based models is what I think we will lead.
Yeah, costs are coming down, you're saying?
Absolutely. I think the cost will come down. Moore's law is not just a transistor law, it's an economic law as well. So if you continue on the path, you go and ensure that your supply chain is diverse, you're building manufacturing across the world, and then you put more and more transistors in a single chip and defy the laws of physics, your cost will come down, right? It will become, that's why if you go look at it today, your PC that we showed, an AI PC today can run models with, parameters that are in a few billion parameters that are there. Fast forward in the future, it will turn into multi-billion parameters that you can run. Today, a Xeon runs 20 billion parameters that you can run on a simple data server that's there. that didn't exist probably a year ago, right? So I think all of that will change.
So what kind of use case might emerge once you have that kind of capability in a PC?
Simple example, if you want to go do something with your picture, you may not need to go upload it somewhere else. You want to keep your picture local, you want to keep your data local, you can go run augmented models on it. Same code generation. Suppose you don't want to go back and upload your code in a non-secure environment and you want to run it within your data set environment, you can run it off a PC. So the use cases we're just managing to imagine. And I think there's also a cost of data going back and forth, right? So if you go back and say, where exactly do I need decision making? Think of a large solar farm and you want to do defect detection in a solar farm. By the time you send the data back in and bring it back and then start doing analytics, it's going to take too much time and it's going to take too much cost. But if I can make decisions on that solar farm then and there that there is a defect that's going to happen, then I don't have that cost that is occurring. So I think there's use cases we're just imagining, but there's lots that we can go and do.
Okay. Sumir, tell us, I mean, obviously this is a journey every enterprise, every company will have to go through if they're not already going through. Give us an idea of the kind of journey they would have. Where do they start? Do they think of one particular instance where they should probably try and do first and then try other areas? What is the AI journey as you visualize it?
Well, first of all, the nice thing about going last is I can agree and summarize with what all the wise men said here. But I want to actually pick up seriously a few things that you all said. So you talked about a journey, and you know, to a great extent, you know, Harnath said it, AI is not new, but in the last 2 years, it's rapidly moving. And the journey is going to be that it's the next 12, 18 months is going to be rapid change. And Santosh talked about hardware, right? Yes, it's not about hardware, it's an outcome. The scooter example is great, but I mean, if the roads become a lot better, you'll probably need faster scooters, right? And safer scooters and so forth. The hardware needs to keep up with the demand of AI also. So you have to keep in mind that these two have to go together. The demand of AI, the training, and then once the inference comes in, all that has to go together. And then the next question about is, and I was in a few panels, and everybody's talking about what are the use cases. And the use cases where the CEO and the CIO can actually execute is sometimes different. Because you hear about things, hey, this is what we need to do, but how do you deliver it? You know, talk about infrastructure, Ravi, you talked about that. How do you bring this together? And I think that's the journey of putting things which are practical and that we can execute. And that's where we come in. You heard Vlad talking about this, and we have invested more than $1 billion on AI infrastructure. So to the point Santosh was talking about, partnering with Intel, coming up with infrastructure that is AI ready and supporting whatever models that you want. But what we also did was, it's very important to build an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem of the entire AI. So it's about use cases. So what we did was, and Vlad kind of touched upon this, is the AI Innovation Center that we put in. And this goes on to the journey. And we've got over 160 different solutions. Now, you asked about where is AI use cases. Actually, it's everywhere, wherever you want to think it is, right? But naturally, there's going to be some areas that are going to move faster than others. You know, manufacturing, healthcare, retail. You know, those are aspects where it'll move a little faster. And this is where equipment like hardware, like Edge, will come in. Edge devices will. I mean, you look at India today, the 5G, it's everywhere. You're going to find Edge coming in very, very quickly, and AI around the edge. And these use cases are all available across the world as well as in India. So you will have some pioneers in this room over here that will be a little faster than the others, but the others will learn around this, right? And you talked about some of the things that you're doing. But this is where it's trial, and you'll continue working on it, and that journey will become faster and faster. I don't think, you know, someone was, I think one of our colleagues, Luca, was talking in a room earlier, he said internet, you know, when it came in, the first for a few years was like, yeah, the internet was there. It's not moving. I've got to, you know, you remember those that are as old as I am, but you probably remember the modems, the sound of the modems and all that. But today, AI is not going to, you're not going to wait 2-3 years. It's going to be much, much faster. And every day will come in. But one thing in the journey you have to watch out, and I'll hand it back to you, is you have to look at security. You have to look at ethics, right? All those aspects will come in. I don't know if you might have read the news that yesterday or day before yesterday, the biggest scam on deepfake happened in Hong Kong. $25 million, where they cloned the face of the CIO, went in on a Zoom call, and over time they've siphoned $25 million.
My goodness.
Ethics, security. These are aspects in the journey. You will find turbulence. But just like all good pilots that are flying over, they avoid turbulence. And you don't crash. And that's what. So this journey is going to be exciting. And I think all of us here and everyone in the room, you know, fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a fun ride.
I know, sometimes scary, and that part we are going to discuss in the next panel as well. Dharna, tell me, I mean, this is a concern that people often talk about. Will all this that's happening with AI, will that actually augment people and resources, or will it replace people and resources? What is the sense you get?
So I think AI, while it's been seen as replacing, but I think somewhere the most successful implementations of AI thus far has been human in the loop, right? The most successful has been human in the loop, right? So you have to have AI giving the capabilities, AI giving you the speed, AI giving you the ability to understand knowledge and kind of help you with taking decisions, but not leave everything to the AI, right? So to your question, I think AI will not replace humans. Mundane jobs will go, right? Mundane jobs will be automated, but anything to do with human creativity, decision making, or dexterity, right, where you need very fine motor skills, I think AI will continue to augment rather than replace.
Mm-hmm. Even where Gen AI seems to be writing a lot of code and all that now, it seems you can write a lot of the basic code itself instead of depending on. So you think all those engineers or technologists they will have to upskill, I imagine, but they can get more value-added jobs, is it?
See, I'll tell you, the way you could look at it is when we started programming, right? We were programming in, let's say, Pascal or COBOL or some of the earlier languages of C, C++, right? Newer technologies came. It didn't mean that the earlier one got replaced, right? They had to upskill themselves. So with technologies where we are trying to bring AI and help develop, do development faster, as I said, it's just going to be augmenting the capability. It will not really replace the developers, right? So let's say if you want to write 1 million lines of code, AI can give you a start point. You want to write an article, AI can give you a start point, right? And then that's where the fine tuning happens of anything that you do. So to kind of answer your question straight, it will not replace, it will augment. Basic jobs definitely will have to be re-looked at, and people will have to necessarily upskill. And let me give you an example, and it's a very, very basic example. Let's say you have a person sitting in finance, happily doing reconciliation on Excel sheet, right? How long that person will continue to do that? Possibly teach him how to do more beyond the Excel sheet, possibly ask him to embrace and upskill, right? So that that job can be automated using RP or AI, whatever that may be, right? I think that's the mind shift change that needs to happen. Otherwise, as I said, the basic jobs will definitely are going to be at risk.
Okay. Ankit, tell me the kind of skills that this will require. I mean, does India have the necessary skills? Will it require a lot of upskilling on the part of the government and the industry? What is the sense that NASSCOM has?
Yeah, very good question. So when you talk about skills, right, and the potential of AI and Gen AI, right, what we see is it's a pyramid, right? There are three boxes in the pyramid. The first is basically the AI specialists, right? Again, you segment it as researchers and the people who are building AI, right? That's the first segment. The second segment is sectoral-based AI or GenAI skills, right? Manufacturing QA specialist learning AI to implement in his job, increasing his productivity, his company's productivity, those sort of skills, right? And third is AI for all, right? AI for all is something which can be leveraged by anyone and everyone, right from a blue-collar worker to a white-collar worker to, anyone. Right? And we have to build skills on all three levels, right? As per, what we feel, we should at least have 1 million AI specialists in the first quadrant, right, or the first triangle. The second box, we at least should have, with the very big category, 20 to 40 million plus. That's the category we should have. Okay. Right? And then third, I think we should go beyond 100 million to 1 billion. I think that's the scale what we're looking at. And the interventions what are required are totally different in each. Right? For the first level, definitely you would have to build curriculums which are much more relevant for students to get deployed in industry. Any student coming out of any college will have AI in their portion, but are they industry deployable? We have to think, right? As an industry, I will have to spend 6 months to 1 year to groom him, right? So that takes a lot of time.
Educational institutions should have more practical stuff.
Yes. The sectoral based, I think there has to be a very focused drive to build, your what we say is, citizen data scientists. The data scientists who are in their job learning AI and implementing that, right? And definitely at mass scale, you have to do mass work, right? And then what is government and what is NASSCOM doing? I think we are working at different scales. For the first part, we are working with Education Ministry. We are trying to inculcate, embed AI right from start, from 8th standard onwards, right? And it's just not AI. You have to have AI and ethics together. So, because as Indians, right, we always have responsible, as first nature. Right? We are responsible when we use tech. And that has to go in our right from the early stage. So we have to put AI ethics together right from early stage. And then it doesn't have to go till the tech PhD levels. You have to have the non-tech also learn AI, how to use it, how to leverage it, right? All of that. So that's what is happening at that level, which also covers the second box. We are running various workshops, curriculums. Future Skills is doing mass level work, which is the third one. I think that's what is happening. But is that enough? The question what I have and you also will have, I don't think. The opportunity what India has in its hand is phenomenal, huge. If we, with the youth what we have, if we can leverage that, we can go to the next stage. So just think the GDP and the rise we are having with 20% people talking English, right? If this technology can be taken back to the 80% population who doesn't know English in their language, will be phenomenal. And there are approaches or there are work happening on that, right? Like Ravi spoke about Indic language, right? Someone talking Telugu, talking to a e-service, that's AI deployed at scale, right? Similarly, I think Bhashni is one attempt by government, who is trying to bring all the e-services and various e-capabilities to native Indians talking their own language, right? That is just deployment of e-service. But again, how to make them productive? That's what I think has to be thought through. It's not just the responsibility of government or NASSCOM or some bodies like us. It is the responsibility of all of us sitting here. We all are right now in a channel. If we leverage all of us together, we can really phenomenally grow India. I think that's what is the opportunity.
Huge opportunity. We have a lot of talent, but good upskilling and upgradation would really help.
Sujit, sorry, can I just comment?
Yeah, sure.
On that? So, we've just launched, and actually in the next week is a CIO AI playbook. And in that, we surveyed 900 CIOs in 14 markets around Asia Pacific. And there were two things that I want to mention. Number one is everybody came back with that skills is an issue. Right? So this is not an India thing, it's across. Yeah. Number two is in that playbook, the Indian CIOs were, in terms of adoption, far ahead with the rest of the CIOs.
Yeah.
right? So, and I'm not surprised with the conversations that I have with CIOs across in India. I mean, they're way ahead. I just want to add all those aspects that you mentioned is the process, the journey you talked about. I think India would be an absolute leader, not just to upskill for India, but for the world. And that's where, you know, it's a skill shortage everywhere. So don't think that, yes, we've got a skill shortage here in India. It's across. In every market, every CIO I speak to, you know, I'm fortunate to go around the regions, meet other CIOs, but it's across everywhere. And what you talked about is the process to get there. And I believe that India would be a lot, very, very quick on this.
Absolutely. Let me add some numbers, right? So, the skill base in US is around 6 lakhs data and AI professionals, right? Versus India, we are around 5 lakh approximately. Okay. And the need there of, you know, good professional data and AI is 9 lakh. India has around, I think, 6.5 lakh. Both are short. But the growth what they're having is 1 point something. India is at 10%. And this is the early stage of Gen AI. That's the time when we did this, you know, probably study. With Gen AI coming in, I think it is multiplied by at least, you know, 5x, 6x.
Yeah.
So absolutely right. I think it's a global problem, but the large youth base what we have can be leveraged, not to solve India problem, but the problem of the globe. Completely agreeing with you.
See, in the hardware side, I mean, your chip side, I mean, you have a great campus in Bangalore. Many of the world's biggest semiconductor companies have huge setups in India doing outstanding work. Do you also face a talent issue?
Yeah, I mean, when you start to make chips that are so complex, you're defying the laws of physics and you're trying to put as many transistors as you can in a single die. It is one of the hardest problems that humanity can go look at, right? So even a simple thing like a fab is so complex. I mean, it takes billions of dollars, $25 billion to go make a leading edge fab. It takes 5 years to go build it, right? And the machinery is extremely complex that you don't even have bacteria around in that environment. It's that complex that the manufacturing is. So skills are always important, and I think we've discussed the importance of skills that are needed now. But I also think that what's also important for us in India is also the soft skills that we need to inculcate in children, right? I mean, take a look at our education system. All of us grew by hearting books left, right, and center. We've all done that, and we've all written exams based on that. And even now, I'm surprised that the access to a computer, even in bigger schools, is about 30 minutes in a week. Like, how do you build an AI generation when your kid gets a notebook that's the only creation device, like for 30 minutes in a week in a lab, right? But they get an access to a phone and they watch TikTok videos from the age of 2 and you're, you know, swiping right, left, and everywhere else, right? So I think it's a mindset of creation, the mindset of openness, the soft skills of saying, you got to go back and expose your child to be more learning and curious, because this thing is going to change even more faster. Like today you'll go and say, okay, I need VLSI design engineers, and my curriculum is going to be fully VLSI. By the time they come out of college in the first year, that's gone. It's changed into something else. So what's more important to inculcate in a generation? And we are very good at that, by the way, because remember how fast we quickly jumped onto the cloud and we started becoming the best cloud engineers, and the next thing comes, we jump onto it. So I think that mindset of learning is far more important for us to go inculcate if you want to go embrace this degree of change. That's going to be even more rapid.
Mindset of learning. Yeah. Ravi, you said that ultimately, if you want to be economically viable, you need to be the full stack, right from silicon to the application, including the foundation models, etc. And you are actually working in that direction. You, at some point, hope to get to the point where you also build your own chips or the specialized chips that are needed for AI. You're saying that's the only way that you, if somebody is interested in going the path that you've taken, they will have to go do the full stack, is it?
So this is a hypothesis we have, and this is not only us, right? If you look at any player, they are pretty much doing the same, right? So if you look at AWS, they have their own silicon for training, Trainium, Inferentia, Graviton for general purpose. And the emphasis there is performance per dollars invested, right? Same look at Ali Cloud in China, right? They are doing their T-head chip. They have their cloud already. They have their applications. They are doing foundational models. So if you look at NVIDIA is doing it in different ways, right? But they already have a chip. They are partnering with clouds. So if you look at it in any dimension, right? To make the AI computing affordable, accessible to people, you will have to collapse this margin structure, because right now all layers extract a decent amount of margin. If you look at SaaS players, they'll have 80% gross margin. You take cloud, they'll have 50-60% gross margin. If you take NVIDIA, it is all public, right? So how much gross margin they keep. If you stack all of this up, the actual thing that you're consuming might not be that expensive, right? So this is a hypothesis. We'll see how it plays. But I think there is basis to have that hypothesis, observing and looking at the cost structures. That I think that is one way to solve the cost problem. There are other ways to solve the cost problem that we already discussed, right? How do you bring the compute cost down in the meantime? How do you do more efficient models, right? So there are multiple ways to solve this, but this is one fundamental way to address the cost issue.
Can I just add that? I think one of the things Ravi said is very important, because as this becomes widespread and as companies become large and then they're like, okay, my customer base requires this specifically, they get the knowledge piece of like, what do I need specifically for my customer, and therefore I can go build that better rather than somebody who goes builds it for all. I think that's an important change that's happening all around us. And that's one of the reasons why we went back and said we want to do a foundry business, because you might have a player like Ola that comes back and says, okay, I have my design and I want my chip the exact this way and I want it to be built the exact same specification. We're like, okay, that really helps us go back and build that product for you, because you don't want to go take the burden of manufacturing in your books there, right? So I think these models are changing a lot, and I think the cloud service providers have done that similar model, which is like, I want to build certain things which are based on my environment, my applications, my customer base. And I think, the world needs more of those models, because it can really help you scale better. And I think that's why companies like us are changing our business model. We used to manufacture only for us now, and now we've actually opened up our factories to go manufacture for everyone. So it's a win-win for all in these changes.
Okay.
Two aspects of that. Can I add? Yeah. So definitely, the aspect of large models is good, right? Where people are building large models, they can do fabulous stuff, which is single modal, multimodal, all of that, right? And then when it's shifting there's a shift on the smaller side, implementation aspects also. Customized models, which are small language models, okay? Large action models, right? And then you have smaller models, which are very small, which are working in multi-agent, right? So you have smaller models working as a multi-agent and, behaving autonomous. So that's the way it is going, right? So larger models are good to showcase. But implementation-wise, you have to have custom small models. And definitely, I think edge AI is the biggest thing which is coming, right? So you have to have these models deployed at edge. Right? So they have to be small. You cannot have the bigger H100 capacity or, that capacity deployed at edge. You have to have nimble small models. I think that's how it is going. Okay. And one more angle, what he was saying, right? So there's a value curve, right? So you start with the biggest complexity gives the biggest return, right? The biggest complexity is the hardware, the chip, the hyperscaler cloud. Then comes model. Then comes the data and the multimodal or all of that, right? LLM ops, all of that. And then comes application, right? So which layer you're playing, it depends on what's the cost, what's the profitability, all of that. So
okay.
So Suzy, just to add to some of the points here, I think good news is 99% plus of the businesses don't need to really worry about these complexities.
Okay.
Right? The models do exist, which you can possibly download or start using. Use simple techniques like RAG. You can train them. It's like, having a MBBS doctor, add another, specialization on top of it, start using him for the treatment, right? I think the idea is start experimenting from a business point of view. And most importantly, before you even get to the models, as a business, do you have the data? Do you have the business case? I think you need to start there. Otherwise, I mean, you can continue to be lost in a lot of those complexities. First thing for any business is to find out whether do I have the real business case? Can I build a culture of AI in my organization? Do I have the right data, which is not poisoned, right? Because which is not biased. Do I have the right what do you call use cases, which I can, when I'm saying business case, but not only business case from an ROI perspective, but also the use cases that you can take and start rolling out, right? I think some of these aspects are very important. So I was just trying to simplify the complex conversation that we're just having.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I've been trying to. I've been in Bangalore for 23 years now, and I still haven't learned Kannada. I don't know Kannada at all. I mean, some words I can recognize. Now my residential association has organized a lot of classes and all that, and so I've also joined one of those classes, and hopefully I'll learn. But tell me, I mean, Ravi, when will if somebody is speaking to me in Kannada, when will it reach a stage where I can automatically understand what they are saying?
I think we are very close to that.
Very close to that.
You know, globally also, in India also, some of what we are building will help in this use case. But this tech is, technology-wise, I think it is very possible now, right? Because you have the voice, the multimodal models are coming. They're already here. If you can deploy it on edge, let's say your earpod, which can automatically do the translation real time, then you don't need to have a device. You can, whatever the environment says, you can hear in the language that you want, and vice versa also, right? So, in fact, in the CES event this year, there were some demos like that. So it's in the realm of immediate possibility.
Okay.
So this will happen.
Oh, great. And for Indian languages, you are at work on that?
Yes, we are at work on that.
Okay. Great. Sumir, any final words that you want to say? Any suggestion to the government that you have?
Sorry?
Any suggestion to the government, Indian government?
So, first of all, I mean, the excitement in India, every time I come here, there's a buzz. There's, again, a lot of leaders, like in this panel, doing so much for the industry. I think the platform in India to really the digitalization by the government, the encouragement is huge, and there's a lot happening. This is going to be the bed of innovation, and that's where I was referring to the skill sets. And to what Harnath says, to summarize what he said, right? Really, it's so right. There's so much happening. Everybody wants to jump into the AI bandwagon, but end of the day, it is what is the best ROI you're going to get. Now, ROI could be, of course, monetary, could be human capital, efficiency, any part. That's where you have to look at. And you want to enter, you have to. I don't think it is if you enter. It's when. So that's what you have to look at. And this is where you have to have the right partner. So let me earn my salary for the day and say that we're a great partner to be with. AI is AI for all, and we're investing into AI, and we're going to continue doing this. And obviously, on our ecosystem is partnership. Partnership with Microsoft, with Intel, with others to bring the best ecosystem. Because you can't do this without an ecosystem. Not one person actually has it. Boom, I earned my salary for the day.
Great. Yeah. So I've been covering technology for many years, and seriously, I've not seen this much excitement over one technology over such a long period now, for more than a year now. That's the only thing people seem to want to talk about, AI, of course, Gen AI. And I guess there are lots of phenomenal use cases that are emerging, which is the reason for the excitement. India can do enormously more if we can upskill and upgrade our talent. And that's the charter that all of us need to adopt. So thanks a lot for listening to the discussion. Thanks a lot to the panelists. It's been a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. आप SKC.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sujit. Thank you, panelists. May I request you to take your seats. All right, once again, you heard Sumir saying that he just earned his salary on the panel. It's time for you to earn a few goodies. We have a little quiz coming up, so once again, may I request you to pull out your phones. There are some prizes to be won, some questions to be answered, but there are also some rules to be followed. So I'll tell you the rules of the quiz shortly. Can we have the QR code on screen? All right, what you need to do is you need to scan this QR code, or you need to log into kahoot.in. If your phone cannot read the code from that distance, you got to enter the PIN number 1202467. You have to enter your name in case you want to win the prizes. If you do a fake name or you don't use any name, you might win the quiz, but you won't win any prizes. We have 3 questions. You have 2 options. You can either answer from general knowledge, or obviously you can Google the answers. But you only have 20 seconds to answer, and the first person to answer wins the prize. So if you spend time Googling, it's highly possible that you will get the answer right, but you still won't win anything. You have 3 questions, and we'll give you some more time to sign in. We'll just give them some more time. The sign-ins are still going on. We'll give them
It's a room full of people. I would expect many, many more names here.
Right, once we reach a steady number, we'll give you the first question.
That's about 131 people. As I say, I think it's a lot more than that.
All right, I think it's time for the first question. So here's your first question. Remember, you have 20 seconds to answer.
So Suresh, how does this work? Is this fastest fingers first?
It is fastest finger first, but you get 3 tries. And the person who gets all 3 answers right obviously wins the prize. Right. Part 4 of the Matrix series is called Matrix Resurrections. Who directed it?
How many of you watched it already?
Matrix Part 4, Resurrections. Who directed it? Was it Lana and Lily Wachowski, Karan Johar, Christopher Nolan, or Rohit Shetty?
We made that fairly easy, didn't we?
Okay. So it's an even tie between option 1 and option 3. All right, there you go. Am I pronouncing the name correctly? Vyom Noria. You're on top of the leaderboard on question 1. Deepak, Chandar, Amit, and Vaibhav follow on the leaderboard. Are you ready for the next question?
Yeah, but why don't we have the giveaway team if Vyom can receive his
No,
prize,
apparently
please?
they have to get all 3 answers right, and then we're going to give the top 3 people the giveaways.
Oh, you make it difficult, Suresh,
Right.
don't you?
There you go. What's the name of the first Indian robot in space? ISRO just announced the name. Is it Akyut, Vyom Mitra, Manav, or IRA? All right, 86% of people seem to think the answer is Vyom Mitra. Let's see who got it right. Okay. The leaderboard is changed. Chandar S has gone on top. Gaurav Agarwal next. Nitin Chopra, Nikki, and Abhijit. Okay, third question. If Facebook were a country using monthly active users, would it have more people or less people than the country of India? Is it more or less than 1.4 billion people? And time's up. Right, it's true. Somewhere between 2.4 and 3 billion people, I'm told, as daily actives or monthly active users. All right, can we get a sense of the leaderboard? Who's on top? All right. But who's number 1? All right. So, Chandar S, can you please stand up? Manav from Lenovo, can you give him his prize? Gaurav Agarwal, number 2. Can you stand up? There he is. Gaurav, can you stand up so we can get the prize to you? And winner number 3, Abhijit. You don't have a second name. There you are. He's there.
Okay, on that note, I think we'll pull it right back to the more serious things. We've figured the population for India and Facebook. But on that note, I think the last panel was really all about the transformation that is already happening and the possibility of AI, as we heard from our panelists, and everything that is a reality today. But this is something I've personally felt, right, where, especially with technology, that when there is a reality, there is also an apprehension that comes attached to it. Like, is everything with AI good? Can AI go too far? Just recently, I was reading this news about, you know, could human capacity be replaced by computers? How many of you feel this fear? I do. Do any of you feel the apprehension for AI, or are you thinking it's all good? Oh, there? So there are more? Come on, I'm sure somebody feels it. So we felt it as well, and we said that we should also address the elephant in the room. So let's hear it from the experts itself, who will now tell us whether it's all good or is there a little bad. I'm going to call upon Suji John to the stage.
Great. May I also invite our panelists, Bhaskar Basu of Microsoft India, Jasprit Bindra, founder Tech Whisperer, and Rucha Nanavati, CIO, Mahindra & Mahindra. Hi, Jasprit, how are you? All right, Sujit, this time you have 25 minutes with your panel.
Is on? Yeah. Okay. Jasprit was just saying this seems to be the doomsday panel. Sumir mentioned it, of course, and Rucha also just reminded me of this crazy case where $25 million was lost by this Hong Kong company because of a deep fake. So there are, I mean, we discussed all those wonderful things about AI in the previous discussion. Lots of amazing use cases emerging, but equally there are lots of worries, and the world is still struggling to figure out how to deal with it. So many, I'm sure, are still very open questions, but still we have a panel today which is thinking about it. And let me start with Jasprit. Jasprit, give us an idea, I mean, the kind of worries that AI is generating. I think there are lots of worries. I mean, the Hong Kong issue is just one kind of worry, but there are lots of others as well.
Well, Sujit, thanks for having me here. And, you know, with every new fundamental general purpose technology which comes in, there's a lot of excitement, but there are a lot of worry. Because most of these are what are called dual use technologies. So even if you start from fire itself, okay, now fire is extremely dangerous.
Absolutely.
Okay, and should have guardrails around it, okay, and should be controlled. And that, you know, you can pretty much go from fire to how dangerous vehicles are, the internal combustion engine, and then to the nuclear energy with Oppenheimer, etc. And now it's AI. So I've spent many, many years in working with this technology for almost, in my corporate career, 20 years or so, and we were only thinking about the boom things, the great things. And then the last 2 years I spent in Cambridge doing, in my old age, a second master's in AI and ethics at the university. And over the last 2 years, we were only talking about the doom things. Okay, and so, you know, there are both sides of the coin is what I do want to remind the crowd. But if we kind of talk about, as you asked me about, you know, what are the worries in a sense? If I may say, there are 5 of them. And I'm not going to go into detail on each. I'm sure we'll have time to, you know, talk about those. But these 4 or 5 are outside the big worry which seems to dominate our mind of the Terminator robot. Okay, and super intelligence, artificial super intelligence, etc., the cyborg, and that's kind of like way out there, but top in people's minds. But I think there are 4 or 5 here and now worries, which are present right now, thorny ethical issues which we need to tackle. So number one, and not in any particular order, is bias. All these models are inherently biased because human beings are biased, the internet is biased. The second, which I did a lot of work in Cambridge, in fact, is on privacy and surveillance, and how your privacy, your data, etc., can be compromised, and therefore the threat of universal surveillance, etc., is in a sense worry number 2. But I think, and then number 3, which is not talked about at all yet, is how these very large language models can actually have a very bad environmental climate footprint. We think about blockchain and crypto doing that. Here's another one.
Why? Because it takes too much of compute.
Massive amounts of compute. The chips which power them also require a lot of, and the CO2 emissions, etc., 1 to 2% of the world's emissions right now, which these models and the chips spew out. But worry number 4 and 5 are the ones which are more in conversation right now, immediate worries. Number 4 is plagiarism, copyright. And especially coming from the backgrounds that many people come from the journalist background, etc., it's a front and center worry with New York Times going on war with the big tech companies. And then is probably the biggest here and now worry, which is the last one, and then I'll stop, which is the worry of deep fakes. Okay, and the $25 million heist, the multiple celebrities being deep faked, but it's not just about 25, 50, $1 billion. I think with deepfakes, the biggest worry is how democracy itself can be subverted. And with the elections coming up in most of the world's major democracies, I think that's like the here and now big worry. And so, I will stop here because I think I've done enough to make all of us very worried.
Okay.
So one other thing I want to add to this, right? Perfectly summarized, I think. And adding to the last point, right, the political agenda that could be Cambridge Analytica. What an example, right? Facebook's $50 million user accounts were sold to Cambridge Analytica, and that was used for political use. But one thing where, good and bad technology, I think one thing that separates AI a little bit from the rest of it, like nuclear is a great example. I use it also many times, very crude. You can use it to light up the world and blow up the world. This is just 2 extremes. But we use AI to aid our decision making. This is what makes it a little more dangerous if we don't tune it correctly. One of my other favorite examples is I want to double the size of this conference. If I feed the same data, I'll have 10 women again. So inclusion. So because you're making decisions with this technology, like, if I get 1,000 resumes for a position I have open, and if the model is not right, it may favor one, category of candidates versus the other. Now, I want to twist a little bit from the doomsday. AI can also help saying, just demystify this. Just don't tell me if it's a man or a woman. Don't tell me the age. Don't tell me where they are from. Don't tell me what the native language is. And maybe, it makes it better. So I think the decision-making that we do with AI makes it more of a worry. That's why so much conversation is happening on what are the ethical issues.
Okay. Bhaskar, you narrated that nice story of you are working with your daughter Anya. You're creating stories for her. So obviously you're using Copilot a lot. Have you sensed any worries while doing this?
Yes, I think let me respond to this in 2 parts. One, as a consumer of AI tech, and the second as probably a creator or Microsoft being a creator of AI tech. As a consumer of AI tech, and I get this from a lot of my customers, so just kind of building on what Jaspreet and Rucha said, a huge fear is, are you learning from me? Right? It's a huge fear. Are you learning about Anya? Right? You just created a poem about your daughter who's 7-year-old. You spoke about it's fine, but are you drawing a digital identity which is owned by a corporation. So data theft, identity theft, plagiarism, of course, but are you training, tuning your models to the fact that, are you learning from me? And pretty much, I'm the product, right? Am I the product in this new world? And we've heard that a fair number of times. So that's something we hear a lot. Now, I personally believe that every new technology has its own maturity cycle, fear cycle, if you may. Beautiful analogy of a nuclear device being lighting up and destroying worlds. But look, I think it comes down to fundamental principles when you're designing this tech. At Microsoft, we said every product on AI that we build needs to conform to a set of standards. And we're trying to regularize that standard so that more and more people can kind of subscribe to it. I actually learned it. What are those standards? They stand for fairness, reliability, security, safety, transparency, accountability, and ownership. Right? So, and we have, basically, when we say that there's a set of standards, we are ensuring that the product design conforms to these standards. And at the same time, we are coaching our customers to say, when you're using and deploying this tech, you need to have a set of standards of how this technology is utilized and understood and therefore consumed. I'll give you a very, very pertinent example on building on the deepfake technology, right? The deepfake fear, if you may. I mean, the technology is out there. I mean, there's no question about the fact that AI now has the ability to impersonate facial expression. Clearly, I would say a smile, I mean, any kind of facial expression of pretty much every face on the planet. And the more data points you have, you can actually sharpen the facial expression even further. You have the ability to create synthetic voice, right? So I can actually sound like Jaspreet. But the fact is that the responsible standard says, let's review the sensitive uses of our tech and therefore govern certain technologies so that it doesn't get misused. So we've actually rolled back a few of our technologies for corporate use. For example, one of our outstanding technologies has been Copilot for Teams, right? So you actually record a call, it beautifully summarizes, these were the actions, this is what's coming, that's not. I even have the ability of saying, you know what, tell me the sentiment of that call. Was it a happy, agitation, full of agitation, what else? But we start getting feedback saying, look, we do not want to actually, for you to record and understand the sentiment of a call, at least by certain people, so take consent, right? Before you allow that to be consumed by the participants of the call. So I think those are the two parts of the coin. Good tech, clearly, tremendous potential, needs to be regularized, needs to be standardized, needs to be understood, and clear transparency works.
Okay. Rusha, is that the kind of advice you give your customers as well?
That's the kind of guidance we take when we are solution providers or builders or buyers, I guess, So for sure, I think, can't agree more, tremendous potential. While we are sitting in the doomsday panel, I think tremendous potential. And AI in general, not just the generative AI. Generative AI has made it a dinner table conversation. AI has been with us for a long time. But yes, I think why we are talking so much about it, and really happy that we are talking about it, because the potential is so high that if it's not used the right way, it is worrisome for all of us. So the governance bodies, alliances, legality of it, all of that comes into play, right? Whether it is global partnership of AI that India is now leading, or European Council that is there. I believe that with all of that, an enterprise has the responsibility to ensure that it aligns with your values. Just legality, just conforming with the standards that external parties are giving, because every local variance may also be there. What is good for you may not be good for me. So that aspect, I believe the responsibility is for all of us, especially for tech leaders who are responsible for either designing the solutions, buying the solutions, working with partners like Microsoft or anybody else. We see, chief ethics officers, in these large companies, which is extremely important. And I do believe this will eventually come up as something that is in all boards as a conversation. I don't know if we'll get to every company has a chief ethics officer, but the potential is that it will be everywhere. I'm sure we all know, right? All of us use it. If anybody thinks you're not using AI in some way or the other, you're like, really, we need awareness sessions. So it is ever-present, omnipresent now, which means we all have to be aware of it and we have to be responsible for the use of it.
Technically, for an unbiased system, I mean, all of that can be done. You have it. It's just a matter of choosing the right data and all of that, is it? No?
Yes, but it's a lot more difficult than, it's not that easy. Because he said it so well. As humans, we are biased. As humans, we have generated all this data. So the data is also biased. I gave you a very simple example, right? If I just feed this data and say, I want double the size of the conference, it's not going to be inclusive enough. It's not going to try to say, do I have the right mix? Should I make it better or should I improve it? So it is, you will have to continue to work on it to say, is it right? So this is every stage, I think it's called mirroring or something. Jaspreet knows this better. Every stage of your solution that you're building or testing, you got to check for the validity of it.
Okay. I think Jaspreet wanted to add to that, huh?
No, well, there's a lot to say here. But no, I don't think we can build an unbiased AI ever. I also don't think you can build a non-hallucinating AI ever, generative AI ever. Because that's the architecture, okay? That's how it's built. Otherwise, do away with generative AI. In fact, so on this bit, and if there's anything else you want me to talk on, but as I said, humans are biased. And, there is no such thing, in fact, today, keep AI away in the world as an unbiased view. Okay, because, if you're on the left of the spectrum or the right of the political spectrum, the same thing will be, and in fact, the way large language models are getting built, you're going to have left-biased models, you're going to have right-biased models. They've already started happening. You're going to have certain religious-biased models, certain atheism-biased models. Remember, large language models, the second word there is language. And LLMs are trained on language. It's the same thing that human beings are trained on, that babies are trained on. The babies are far better than, they just process much more. But it's the same thing. And therefore, we and they are the only two species out there which are trained on language and can use language really well. And when you use language well, you will have biases, you'll have hallucinations, creativity. Mark Anderson said it very well. He said, if you like it, you call it creative. If you don't like it, you call it hallucination. Okay, so, which one is actually true, which one is wrong. So I don't think we should be going towards that utopian dream of creating an absolutely biasless model. It's more about, if you are biased in a certain way, I, as a recipient of that bias, understands your bias and, therefore accounts for it. And so that's how it'll kind of play out.
But for decision making, is it possible to get very accurate?
I think, as I said again, it's your values that you are instilling in this decision making. I sort of agree with him, right? If I say that I want, X number of gender diversity or thought diversity, age diversity, disability included in all that, it may not be true for him. So for him, it's a biased model.
Okay. But for companies to take decisions about demand forecasting or that kind of thing, is it?
Can I?
Yeah.
No, you want to go for it? Look, I don't think we should be using generative AI to forecast demand.
Okay.
To start
okay,
with.
That's okay.
Those are two very different things. But if you use good old AI, use machine learning, use maybe deep learning, okay, those are not language models, and therefore they don't bring in the same conceptual bias, hallucination, etc., or creativity, etc. That so that's really where you would use that for decision.
Okay.
Can I just add to that?
Sure,
so look, I think Jaspreet made a beautiful distinction between AI and generative AI, right? So AI has been there for the longest time. Now, at the heart of it, generative AI is conversational input to getting outcomes, right? So the decision-making algorithms still need to fire up. It's just that you're using a simple language command to surface the outcome, right? So it's not really generating new capabilities. It's saving you 10 steps using English language as an input to get that out, all right? So that's one. The second part is that, look, generative AI today, from a human experience and from an organization experience, has many different dimensions. Decision making, frankly, is just one of them. If you ask me, one of the largest use cases of generative AI is actually employee experience. If I take, and many of us do it, we go to ChatGPT to write emails, right? Help me write an email to my team, just pepping them up for my next all hands. And we go to ChatGPT, write something out, and push it back. So fundamentally, what we're doing is we're making people more productive. Now, think about it. If you were to write a few sentences and reply to emails, summarize your emails, right, record your calls, summarize your calls, etc. So I think at the heart of it, generative AI is about automation and therefore saving time, productivity, hugely about productivity. Employee productivity, organizational productivity. Faster time to market is organizational productivity. I think the second part of it is about creativity, right? Now, you never realize that you have the ability to think more and really let the tool do the job of creating a GIF or a PowerPoint or any kind of embellishment to human potential. I think that's huge. Imagine the amount of time that we spend today to learn a decision-making system, right? As opposed to saying, can I ask the right question for getting the right answer, right? The education system right now is based on content, not so much on intent. What if I could change human potential to say, be intentional about the questions you ask, and you'll get the right answer? The third part clearly is about decision-making. And we already spoke about it, difference between AI and generative AI. You ask the right questions, your decision-making systems have the ability to kind of give you answers, but the core algorithms pretty much need to be.
Yeah, except that you can use generative AI to give you a great summary of a massive input that you need to. So if you want to make a decision as someone, you want to read 17 annual reports, it could give you a great summary and make your decision-making faster.
Okay.
Rather than taking the decision. Then if you're asking it to take the decisions itself, you're talking about the Terminator scenario.
So just speak on the ethics and responsibility AI part of it. What's the role of governments and what are governments doing today, and should they be looking at all of this globally?
Sure. One of the things which Bhaskar mentioned, I think is super important. He mentioned the word standards. Okay, and I think we desperately need some kind of standards. Sometimes the words used are guardrails, the words used are different, but standards for AI. Now, the analogy that I want to give you is the motor car, for example, the vehicles on the streets. Now, imagine if there were no standards. Now, what are the standards? The standards are, it will move on the left in India, right in other countries. Okay, there'll be red lights, green lights, whatever lights. You get not many follow it here, but you get the person from the right first kind of, okay, et cetera, et cetera. And because of that, there are millions of killing machines moving around on the roads, killing comparatively very few people. Because you set standards and people followed standards. Now, at the end of it, regulation is hopefully going to be about that. Okay, standards at various levels, at the developer level, at tech company levels, at user levels, at social media, hopefully social media companies levels, and that's what we need to set it very quickly. The good thing about this technology and the regulation of it is that this is the only technology after nuclear, we keep on going back to nuclear, where the inventors of the technology themselves are standing up and saying, regulate us. Yes. Oppenheimer said it, and then Altman said it. Yes. So we've woken up to regulation much earlier than we did in something like social media, where we created a hot mess. Yeah, and so there's different kind of regulation happening in different parts of the world. Again, I will not go into those details, but we need that regulation for setting standards. We need people to follow that. We need tech companies and social networking companies to be, even if it eats into their profit margins, to be following those standards and those regulations. And I think that's what is desperately needed. And then obviously a governance mechanism to make sure that people are following it. Some people are asking for an IAEA of AI, for example. And there could be global governance mechanisms, there could be country governance mechanisms. That's one of the 3 or 4 things, the regulation part, to make AI safe. And there are a few others which
where do China has done something already, is it?
Well, so China was the first off the gates for generative AI. 1, because they're good, 2, because they can. Okay, and then the one which, and it's actually a good set of standards, very China-specific, statist. The EU is actually the first of the block from a democracies. It's not yet made into a law, but the standards are there. The US with Biden's executive order is a kind of a laissez-faire, more standard. And both the UK and India are trying to kind of see that how can we take the best out of some of these and hopefully have our own pro-innovation, but also pro-regulation standards.
Rusha, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, just a quick thing, right? Even profit margins and standards. But I think now the awareness is so high. This is a dinner table conversation. Awareness is pretty high that if you are caught doing the wrong thing, it is inversely impacting your profit margins. There are many, many, many examples that we have where people botched up, right? Facebook is one. I think Optum Health was one where it was favoring white patients versus, colored patients, etc. And it was, so the awareness for technology is there, so that doing the right thing is going to be rewarded. Maybe spend a little bit more money, but if you don't follow it, then it's quite a bit. I think some 9.3% drop in your market cap is what the last, I think it was Gartner study or something like that, if you're caught doing the wrong thing.
Okay. What OpenAI and all have got caught in now, this whole copyright issues and all that. What is the way out of that? You're saying, is there a way, it's possible to ensure that all the data that you train your thing is not copyrighted and all of that?
You can start maybe.
Oh, okay. Now, wouldn't you love to know that answer? Look, some of you might be surprised to know that when OpenAI built GPT-3 or 3.53, I think, they scraped the entire internet, the World Wide Web. They scraped out and trained it on that. Actually, all of you can. It's not a very difficult command, okay? But you need a little storage, more storage than what you have right now. Obviously, in that entire quote-unquote World Wide Web internet was a huge amount of copyrighted content. And therefore, the training set data itself, which was massive, used that copyrighted content. And now we have the issue where people who own the content now want to be a part of the discussion. I think the issue is in courts, and there could be several ways that it could get settled. One possible way, which has already started happening, Springer did that, where they settled with OpenAI, etc., one time, and then going forward. So it becomes kind of a revenue stream, much like in social media in some sense. Okay, so on the other hand, there could be a court ruling saying that, look, this is fair use, so it's okay. In which case, there's a problem from a publisher's standpoint. Or it could be the other extreme, saying that you own billions of dollars to publishers. I don't think that's either of those two are going to happen. I think there's going to be some kind of a negotiated out-of-court settlement, and that will become like a standard for the future.
Okay.
Can I build on that?
Please.
So, look, Sujit, for me, it's basically the whole idea about plagiarism, copyrights, largely in three areas. One is how you're discovering content. And remember, content is not necessarily just the World Wide Web, which of course is a huge part of the source of the content, but it's also your and my data on our own OneDrives, the cloud drives, and also the organizational data. Now think about a large organization which has extremely sensitive data, perhaps the next Mahindra car design, right? There's a lot of corporate content at the end of it, which could be possibly looked at. Now, we believe that, so basically copyright works at two levels: how you're looking at content, how you're accessing content, and how you're rendering content. Now, accessing content, we believe, needs to be done, again, on the back of standards, right? So I spoke about 6 or 7 standards, and therefore, when you're looking at content, what is the source of the content, etc., it's very important that you regulate the access to content using the algorithms that you have. The trickier part is you've got it, and you're asked for it, and you need to render it. Now, we have learned that you can do that in a few ways. The first is, for example, provide citations, right? So when you're giving content, say that actually I got this from this site.
Copilot now does, I think.
Which Copilot has. So we learned that it's important to provide referenceability and citations to content. The second part is what we learned is that it's important to mask content collection, right? So for example, especially from an enterprise perspective, I have the ability of, for example, asking my Copilot saying, summarize all the content, all the emails and chats between me and Satya for the last 30 days. But when it does an indexing before the AI can work, I can block certain parts of the storage that it kind of accesses. But I think the third more important part is we realize that as a tech major, it's important to back up our claims with actual commercial expression. So we have created something called the Copyright Commitment Act, or a copyright commitment as part of our legal backing of what we're offering to our customers, saying that when we are looking at external content or internal content, it will not be copyright. We are protecting you from any kind of liability. And this is how we will do it. You still need to abide by a certain set of standards that we're requesting that you abide by, but we are standing behind you. And that, again, comes back to the whole notion about credibility, right? So a technology major is backing it up with credibility and therefore, commercial sponsorship. That's what
Okay. Since you talked about Mahindra Car, I have to say this. So you also have the enterprise models now, the enterprise OpenAI APIs, right? Which protects, you can use the knowledge it has gathered in the model without your data going out. And to make sure that our data does not go out, we actually did our own containerization before you came out with the enterprise version. We called it Mahindra.ai to make sure that my new electric vehicle design, if my marketing guy wants to say, what does it look like in snow versus what does it look like on a road or in a field, and tries to render that with Gen AI, it does not go out of my four walls, so to say. So yeah, we have been on this journey, and we have Mahindra.ai that is, because I work in the group, which is in the middle of all the businesses, we've created it as a platform. So containerized, using the right APIs, GPT APIs, but it is secured, and our data is my data.
Great, I know we're out of time. In our newsrooms, we are realizing, increasingly we are discussing the fact that there are so many cyber crimes happening every day, literally. And we often wonder, many of these people who are supposedly fooled are, educated people, intelligent people, and we wonder how, we are writing so many articles about all this. How can they be fooled? How can they lose so many lakhs of rupees? And we get the sense that, these things are only going to get worse, and probably, I don't know, they already started using deepfake voices, deepfake image, I don't know what, but I think these things are only going to get worse. So, like you said, some of these things you can't even stop. So a lot more awareness building is also required, as in everything else. So thank you all for a great discussion. Regulations and all of that, both at the corporate level as well as the country and world levels, have become so important. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sujit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sujit. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hi, can we get the panelists together for a photo op? Can you stay on stage for a photo op? They want a photo op with all the panelists.
Wonderful to be out of time, and the panelists still have things to say. Clearly, there's a lot of interest in the topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sujit. Thank you, panelists. Chandrika, quick question for you. It's been said that any technology is overestimated in the short run and underestimated in the long run. This could be true of anything from the horse carriage to the motor car to television to the internet. Do you think this is true of technology as well? It's overhyped right now and eventually it will settle into a plateau of productivity?
Well, I think with anything powerful, there are two sides to it, right? But the key lies in the balance for all of us, and that's what we've heard in the panel today, of using this power responsibly. And I also think, and Sujit said it really well, it's the collaboration that you can establish between the government, between citizens, and of course technology companies like ourselves. And then there's regulation, and I'm thinking we can trust our government enough to do that right, especially given the history that we have with the Aadhaar, with the digital stack, with Arogya Setu. I think that we are fast enough, we're good enough, and we will build regulation that will hold this together and allowing us use the potential of what we think we should use.
In fact, we may be one of the few countries in the world where the government is innovating as fast, almost as fast as the private sector, whether it's, like you said, DigiYatra or the India Stack or Arogya Setu or any of the other tech initiatives from the government. All right. With that, I'm going to invite a couple of people onto stage. May I first invite Shailendra Katyal onto stage. And to join Shailendra, may I invite Partha Sinha of the Times of India. May I
Ladies
request
and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shailendra Katyal and Partha Sinha from Times of India.
May I request the PMA1 memento to be brought out onto stage. Hi, can we have the memento, please? Yeah, can we have it on stage? Shailendra, can I request you to hand over the memento to Partha Sinha first?
Ladies and gentlemen, that is our first PMA-compliant motherboard produced in India, and we take great pride in handing that to Partha today.
Okay, I have a quick piece of bad news, Shailendra, and the rest of the audience. Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Minister of State in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and Electronics and IT, was scheduled to be with us here today. We've just heard that he's been called into an urgent cabinet meeting. He sends his regrets. He will not be with us here today. We apologize on behalf of the Ministry and Lenovo. But Shailendra, on that note, could you tell us a little bit more about this plaque and conclude the day's proceedings from what you have learned?
So thank you all for your patience and for being with us through the day. I hope even after the session you get a chance to see our brilliant technology on display. We have a gaming event also happening on the side, which is why it's a little noisy. But do try and experience the technology that we've put together for you. So apologies once again on behalf of the Minister. It happened to us yesterday as well when we were to meet Mr. Piyush Goyal, and the Parliament session got extended. But he still was nice enough to give us time at 8 p.m. So one must compliment the government for working so hard on behalf of all the citizens. Today is a similar case that he has got caught up in parliamentary duties. So on the plaque, you heard it in the morning also that we are one of the first brands to get 50% local value add on PCs. The smartphone ecosystem has grown faster, but on PC, the ecosystem is still evolving. And we are quite proud of the fact that we are not just assembling in India, but also sourcing components from the local market. So it's a big step forward. And that's what we wanted to hand over to the Minister. Unfortunately, he's not with us, but we'll ensure that it reaches his office through our hands. On that note, thank you all for your attendance, and thank you, Partho and team, for your partnership.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was great to partner from all of us at Economic Times. Thank you very much. It was great to partner Lenovo to help put this together. And right now, I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm representing the minister to pick up this plaque, but it will definitely reach his office, and this is one amazing achievement. Of course, it will reach the people, which is what matters. Thank you very much.
So we can now formally close Techworld. This is the second edition of Techworld that we are executing at a country level. And look, every year it's become bigger and better with a lot more enthusiastic participation. So we look forward to having you back next year around the same time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shailendra. Thank you, Partha.
I'm also going to take this opportunity to thank our partners Intel and Microsoft and Economic Times, our on-ground staff at Taj, Neonish, who's been our backbone at the event management, and our online audience. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, and see you next year.